Good evening and welcome to the September 6, 2023 meeting of the Lower Merion Board of Commissioners. We have one committee meeting tonight. It's not even a committee, it is a budget workshop for the preliminary 2024 budget. And without any further ado, I recognize the chair of the Finance Committee, Commissioner Scott Zillow.
Thank you, President Sinai. Welcome back, colleagues, after our August recess. And we have a number of our directors and managers in the room with us tonight as we go through our operating budget workshop in anticipation of the 2024 budget. At the end of June, we did a similar workshop, and it was for our capital budget. Tonight there's no public comment tonight, which is our practice for workshops, but of course the meeting is a public meeting and all are welcome. There are no votes scheduled for this evening, although there might be some informal expressions of support or not support for certain things. Tonight's workshop is part of our established budget cycle, a cycle that works very well and has worked well in Lower Merion Township for a long time. As I said, we had the capital budget workshop a few months ago, also for 2024 and beyond. Tonight is where we have an opportunity to discuss the beginning discussion on the 2024 budget. We'll hear about our specific budget meetings that are coming up between now and the middle of December, when we'll schedule our final vote on the 2024 budget. But tonight we're going to hear from department heads. All commissioners have received a very detailed workbook that has got a lot of detailed information on each of our operating departments, and many of our department heads will be speaking about them tonight, in some cases very briefly, and it'll be an opportunity for commissioners to ask questions. As has been my practice, I would like to see us conclude by 9 o'clock if possible. That gives us 3 hours to go through this workshop. And I ask that we make an effort at that. As we talk about the budget, a lot of what we do in budgeting is to provide for the high level of services that the township provides, and in some cases we talk about adding services. We also have recently been through a prioritization exercise, and so commissioners have expressed their views on priorities, and there's a list now of priorities based on all commissioners' input. Also tonight, in addition to the staffing and the budget items, every department has listed their goals. So this is an opportunity for commissioners to ask about those goals. What are the departments trying to do in 2024 and on an ongoing basis? If there's something that's not there that you think should be there, it's an opportunity to bring it up. If there's something that you don't quite understand, it's also an opportunity to ask about, as I said, the department goals. There is a request tonight. There will be some requests tonight for adding to our staffing. That was also something we did a year ago, and we did add to our workforce in the budget. So there's a few departments that are making such requests, and as we always do, we consider them carefully and to see if it makes sense. And this is an important meeting in regard to expressing views on whether we want to add positions to the budget or not. I think that's essentially the things I wanted to talk about. Oh, I know at the end of July we had a report from our Chief Financial Officer about our where we were in our 2023 financial performance, which has and forecast to be very strong. We're forecast to have a surplus in 2023, and that also guides us as we look at 2024. We are in a strong financial position, but we always have to be careful about expenditures that we wish to change in the budget process. So with all of that, I will turn things over to our Township Manager, Ernie McNeely, and then we'll get the workshop underway.
Thanks, Commissioner Zillow. This is the board's first step in the budget process, but it's not staff, so I want to thank staff who are here and are online. We've been working on this budget since June and before, and throughout the summer we've We've gone through every department and every division's budget. We've had meetings with each one. We've gone through an entire process to put this together for you tonight to begin to get some input. But this is only sort of the first step in the process. It's not really the time for discussing the overall budget because we're still missing information. We're still missing insurance renewals. We have a lot more information this year than we had last because we have settled our collective bargaining agreements, so we pretty much know salary structures for next year, but there's still a lot of information yet to come, and that'll be fed into the budget we'll deliver to you in November. But we've gone through this process here tonight, and as Commissioner Zeloff said, the township's finances are in excellent order. We adopted a budget with an expected deficit in 2023, and the financial forecast we gave you earlier in July still holds. We project actually a surplus for 2023, and that puts us in very good stead going into the 2024 budget. So it allows you with some options and some ability, and certainly the ability to avoid a tax increase if that is your choice. We will further refine these numbers and get our insurance renewals and other things that are still missing for 2024, as well as whatever feedback you give us here tonight, and we'll feed those into a draft budget document for you by the first week of November. As I said, everything in terms of forecast right now for both year-end 2023 and for our 2024 forecast that we gave you in July still seems to be holding. And Eric may speak more to that when he gets up. As Commissioner Zeloff said, we're asking you for some certain policy direction because we do have some departments who will go over requests for personnel changes. So we'll ask for your feedback on those. We'll talk a little bit about the equipment fund and whether we need to do any more enhancements to the equipment fund. You know, you deposited a couple $1 million into the equipment fund last year, and that helped a fund that was in trouble. We'll talk a little bit about capital financing and ARP, but very little, since most of that has been determined at this point. You have some other things to consider, but you don't need to consider them tonight. We'll need to consider the volunteer fire companies' percentage increases for 2024, but that's typically done at a finance committee meeting later in the fall here. We've given you the list of the nonprofit requests for our little general fund grant program that we operate, so you know who's asked and who's asked for what. Again, that goes to a finance committee at a future date, but you have the information here tonight to take a look at. And then finally, we're here to listen to any other input you might have in terms of additions or subtractions that you think we ought to pen into the draft budget. And of course, when we deliver the draft budget to you in the fall, then you take over the process and you have the full authority at that point to make amendments and revise, continue making revisions to it up until your adoption prior to December 31st. With that, unless anybody has any questions directly for me in that little bit of an opening, I would turn it over to Eric Traub to get the process started.
Eric Traub, our Chief Financial Officer, is going to start with finance and debt service.
All right, good evening, Commissioners. So I'm going to try to be brief. In terms of the Finance Department's budget, our goals for 2024 are pretty similar to past years. We want to continue to win the various budget and audit awards from GFOA. We're going to be spending a lot of the time in 2024 on ARP spending and reporting as we kick into high gear, hopefully, on spending down those ARP dollars in accordance with the board's allocations. We're also going to be working on aspects of modernizing our business tax filing process. We're trying to move into a program and starting up a pilot soon where people will be able to file certain business tax returns through an online portal rather than doing things on a paper-based manner. For budget numbers for 2024, I'm going to start with kind of a global kind of comment. If there's one thing you want to listen to in the departmental presentations to understand the numbers you're going to hear, it's going to be this. So you need to understand when we're going to give you comparisons to the 2023 budget versus the 2024 budget. The 2023 budget for the individual departments did not include a salary increase. We budgeted a contingency for overall organizational salary increases separately in the non-departmental section. So when you look at the police budget or the finance budget, you're probably going to hear these really big numbers in terms of why is the budget up 6%, 7%, 8%? It's because we had a 4.75% salary increase in 2023, which was not included in that 2023 budget at the departmental level. And then you have another salary increase planned for 2024. So the compounding impact of that is when you look on a budget-to-budget basis, you're going to hear much larger percentages than you otherwise would. So what's really going to happen when you look at all the different departments, and we don't really get into the non-departmental tonight, is the non-departmental is going to drop considerably while the other departments go up. But the net, at least so far, as Ernie indicated earlier, is really consistent with the general fund financial forecast. So we really right now are only looking at about a $1.7 to $1.8 million increase right now before we talk about new positions, before we go through revisions and things of that nature in the overall general fund budget. But that's just an important key point for people to understand when you hear these budgetary comparisons. And the same will hold true when we look at the estimated actual compared to the 2024 budget, but kind of for a different reason, because of staffing vacancies. So you might have, for instance, in the police department, there's been a good number of vacancies, so you might hear a larger percentage variance there because the EA estimate for this year is down. Same thing can hold true in smaller departments. PIO has had an open position for a piece of the year and things of that nature. Whereas a department which maybe had relatively stable staffing, like parking, their EA to budget is probably going to have a lower number. So there's some staffing issues which are going to kind of make those comparisons a little bit more difficult, and you're going to have to take those with a grain of salt. What we've talked about internally from a staff perspective is kind of me giving an opening statement about this so everyone understands it. And then everyone is just going to kind of follow through and go through this. When we talk to you about the budget and the changes, we've asked staff to really focus on, except if there is a change within the position request, to focus on those non-personnel matters which might be driving the budget up or in certain cases maybe providing some level of budgetary relief. Does that general explanation make sense to people in terms of kind of laying the groundwork and such? All right, good. I see knowing nods. So then when we turn back specifically to the finance department's budget, our 2024 estimated budget right now versus the 2023 budget is a 6.4% increase. The 2024 budget versus the 2023 EA is an approximate 7% increase. We have limited new investments in the department in this year, no changes to specific service levels or to staffing. Where we're saving money actually is on some banking fees. As interest rates increase, we have a higher earnings credit, so that way the fees that we have to pay for our depository bank really drop off. I think they've dropped from $25,000 to $30,000 to maybe $5,000, $6,000, $7,000. So that has been helpful. Where we've had increases from a non-personnel perspective, insurance is within the finance budget. If you've read anything about the property insurance market in the last 6 months to 9 months, it's gone really, really high. So this really impacts the finance budget. You're going to hear about that also in the solid waste fund as I was doing some prep work for next week's finance committee as well. That's not only property insurance, but also cyber insurance. Even though we feel we do a lot in terms of cyber insurance and we haven't had any major threats or breaches or things of that nature, the actual insurance market, which we're a part of in local governments, is still deemed to be a very susceptible market to that. So we are anticipating, even though they haven't given them to us yet, they've warned us that we should expect to have pretty large renewals this year. Auditing, our new fire company auditor that we had this year, we've been very happy with. They've done a very good job. It's been an improvement, but it also came with nearly double the cost. So that is going up. And then Basically overall salary, benefits, insurance, and professional technical services, which really is both auditing and legal. We think we'll move into a little bit more of a busy phase in 2024 to support some of our ongoing business tax audits. That really equates to about 87% of the overall budget increase in finance. So with there, I'm going to pause and just see if there's any specific questions about the finance department's budget, and then I'll talk for a couple of seconds about debt service.
Questions for Eric? Seeing none? Okay, thanks,
All right.
Eric.
So debt service, no debt issuance in 2023 means we reduce our 2024 debt service. So total debt service, all funds expected to decline from about $12.1 million to about $11.5 million. So $600,000 or about just shy of a 5% decrease in 2024. The general funds portion of debt service, which is the vast majority, will decline from about $10 million to $9.5 million. That $9.5 million is actually the lowest amount in terms of debt service in the general funds since 2015 on a dollar basis. Roughly right now, if you were to look at the numbers, we're probably talking in the low 12% in terms of a percent of overall budget. Obviously, you will determine the overall budget, which will determine the overall percentage at the end of the day. Overall, 2022 total debt outstanding, so that's general fund and the sewer fund, was $95.56 million. 2023, we expect that year-end total debt outstanding will be approximately $86.7 million. Again, definitely quite a decline from where we've been over the last 5 to 10 years. Happy to answer any questions you might have on debt service.
Questions for Eric? Commissioner Churchill?
Yes, thank you. Did you say that our overall debt will be about 86 million?
86.7.
And that's down from what this year? You said about 95?
95.6.
Okay. Interesting. Thank you very much.
So that's basically just the mathematical equation. You start with the total debt outstanding, you don't issue new debt, you retire about $8-point-something million in debt, and that's your variance.
Okay.
So,
Seeing no other questions?
Let me ask one if I may.
Oh, certainly. Commissioner Bernheim.
Eric, first, thank you for your introduction and succinct presentation as always. So as you look at this in your crystal ball, you're not anticipating a new debt, sir, that we're going to need new debt, correct?
not through the rest of 2023.
Right.
2024 is a different story depending on policy choices of the board. I would rather, before we get into elongated discussions about that, wait and see what the final capital budget the board is looking at in terms of size of that in the November-December period, and then we can start to have discussions in terms of funding that.
Yeah, because the debt
Because
balance,
especially with the decrease we've had in the debt, there obviously is, capacity if the board should choose, but we also might have some other options as kind of discussed in the memo. We've also allocated a significant amount of ARP dollars to pay for capital expenditures as well.
right. All right, yeah, thank you, because the debt at 86.7 is, at least in my tenure, an all-time low. I mean, it's,
I have
which
to
is
go
a
back
good
to
thing.
some really
It's-
old budgets to look,
Right.
at least well over 10 years.
Yeah, I don't have to go back to your 1854 budget that
Financial
you gave
report,
us
yeah.
before.
I know you've been reading it.
Yes, okay. All right, thank you very much.
Okay, seeing no other commissioner questions. Eric, that concludes your report, sounds like. So next we'll turn to our new Assistant Township Manager, who will report on the Commissioner's budget, the Manager's office, and the Human Resources budget. Brandon?
Thank you, Commissioners. Happy to see you all tonight. As Commissioner Zeloff said, I am responsible for 3 budgets. I am here first off with the Board of Commissioners budget, followed by the Township Manager's office budget, and then rounding out the Human Resources budget. So with regard to the Board of Commissioners budget, we have 2 goals for 2024 that we really want to emphasize in this year's budget process. The first of being to finalize the transition to a new agenda software. We do expect to launch that in Q1 of 2024, so that's going to be a goal that we're going to hit real early. And then the other notable goal that we want to share with you all is to possibly engage with General Code or another vendor to do a comprehensive legal review of
Brandon,
our...
can you speak a little closer to the microphone?
Not a problem. So the other notable goal that we want to highlight is to work with General Code for a comprehensive legal review of our Code of Ordinances. In discussions with the Township Secretary, last time this was done was 1996, 1997. So we think that looking it over for a legal and editorial review is something that's noteworthy and something that we'd like to accomplish in 2024. Talking about numbers for the budget, the total 2024 budget request is $280,748. That represents a 3.5% increase versus the 2023 adopted budget and a 3.4% increase versus the 2023 estimated actual, with most of that increase attributed to the legal review by General Code if we pursue that in 2024. So that, we don't have any other changes in service levels or proposed staffing changes. So the only notable change to the Board of Commissioners budget is that legal review.
Brandon, can you say a little bit more about a legal review of our code? It's not having a little trouble understanding what you're referring to.
Yes, certainly, and, absolutely, if the Township Secretary wants to chime in as well. So from time to time, General Code does engage with municipalities, and it's not only just a legal review, but editorial review for, grammar issues or some sentences that are deep in the code that could be edited that, might not warrant up to the level of doing a whole code revision. So the idea of doing the legal and editorial review is that we engage with General Code and they look through all our ordinances, and at the end of the day, they develop a draft ordinance for the board to consider where we would adopt or not adopt all these changes all at once. So it's, if we have little changes that need to be made and they don't warrant a major, advertisement and readoption of an ordinance, we can handle all of these editorials and edits all at once through one ordinance.
And is the cost for that in the professional technical service line?
That is correct.
Okay.
The proposed cost is estimated to be $22,000, but that cost is going to be split up between 2 years. We anticipate $15,000 to be budgeted as requested in 2023, with the remaining $7,000 expected to be incurred in budget and requested in 2025.
24, 25.
2024, 2025.
24, 25.
Yeah, we anticipate this to be a very, not long, but an extensive process. So we don't anticipate the review even being completed until early 2025.
Okay. Questions or comments on anything in the commissioner's budget? And this is the opportunity if anyone has any questions about commissioner compensation. Commissioner Whalen.
Thank you, Commissioner Zell. I saw your pointed glare, as you may have
It's really a
understood.
glare.
May have understood in
Just looking
advance
in
that I
your
was going to
direction.
propose something. So, with the understanding that this is not a time for a vote or a formal debate, I just wanted to alert, I have alerted the Finance Committee and the President and Vice President of the Board that going forward, I intend to request a proposal, again, with details still to be worked out, for commissioners to participate in the township healthcare plans. Currently, the commissioners are allowed to participate in those plans, but have to pay 100% of the cost for doing so. That is an exorbitant cost, I will own up to, and no one participates in that for that reason.
Well, that's not exactly true. I do participate at 100%.
At 100%,
Yeah.
okay. The basis for this comes from a number of conversations I've had with constituents, and I think quite a few of you on the board, that we need to, in my opinion, incentivize and entice additional members of our constituencies to come and possibly run for this board. In calculating costs that all of us incur to sit on this board, if you have to pay for childcare, which I know some members of this commission have done and do, that can easily run several $100s a week. These are costs that not every person in this township can bear, but that shouldn't preclude every person in this township who wants to run for office from being able to run for office. And I would view this as a minimal cost option for the commissioners to be able to participate in this healthcare plans. They are extremely well run. Details to follow, I think, both from staff and in formal debate. But that this would be the idea going forward, and one of the ideas would simply be how many people from the not every commissioner is going to use it. It would just be an option for commissioners. I think one of the caveats to it would be if you have the ability to do a plan through your family, your spouse, your significant other, or something, you would be required to do so. I know a lot of companies have that caveat. So there are ways to make it even more manageable than it at first seems, but I believe that this would be a very good enticement that probably some of us, and I will say openly myself, as a matter of full disclosure, would take advantage of to participate, but I think it would also be a good enticement and a benefit going forward.
So, Commissioner Whalen, thank you. You're not making a specific proposal. Do you intend to seek some input from staff in the course of this budget process?
Yes, absolutely, and thank you for clarifying that if I didn't make it clear enough. I just wanted to alert the full board and the public that I will be making this proposal going forward. The details of the proposal, I think, will be worked out both publicly and from additional information from staff about the detail of how our plans work, at what levels might be appropriate for commissioners to participate in those plans, all of those details to follow, but just a general idea of the proposal to come so that everybody knows what's coming and isn't caught off guard when I do it next month probably.
Okay. Commissioner comments or questions?
If I
Commissioner
may,
Bernhardt.
and Commissioner Whalen, I certainly appreciate it. There are a number of townships that do just that. That they make available for commissioners insurance, and different townships have different criteria. You must serve for a certain period of time. As you know, if you have other options, you have to take those. There's a whole menu of items that are out there. So we need not recreate the wheel. It's easy to get hold of those various ordinances to look at. And then the costs, we can give Eric something else to do. He can calculate what that is, pretty quickly, and be able to circulate that. So when you go ahead and present it, you would have all of that. And I think that, and Manager Pignelli, correct me if I'm wrong, that's the type of guidance you're looking for. If this is something we're going to consider, to make sure that by the time Commissioner Whalen brings it forward, we have all the data and the options and the ability to look to see what others do as well.
Okay. President Sana.
Thank you, Commissioner Zoll. Thank you, Commissioner Whalen, for raising this. And I think your motivation is an excellent one, which is it is a burdensome thing that we volunteer for, it would certainly be, I think, beneficial to make it more and more quality of ability to be able to do this. And I think participation in the healthcare plan is a worthwhile way to come at this, and hopefully we will be able to get this. Staff can develop some numbers for the board to consider. I'd throw out also for your consideration, one thing that I'm grappling with. I'm not quite sure what how to think about it. I'll just throw it out there, which is the current compensation is the same for everyone, right? And while this proposal is one where everyone has the ability to opt into the healthcare plan, it's going to have different amount of value to different people depending on where they have access, their spouse has it, or whatever, right? So it'll be valuable to some commissioners more than it is to others. This is not the end of the world, but I think one thing that we should think about is, do we want to try and find something that has a greater ability for everyone to take it up? Okay? And back to the original motivation is, if the idea is to get more people in the township able or interested in doing this position, then it should be in whatever the item is, should it be broad applicability. or a menu of things, right? Could be this or that, right? So we can just have more people who have access to these things. So, you know, this is still not fully developed, right? Hopefully, as you develop it, that'll be something you keep in mind, like what could be a menu of options. I think that would be an interesting thing to work on. Thank you.
Vice President Gavrett?
Thank you very much. I actually want to switch back to the legal and editorial review.
Sure.
So I know it's something I'm guessing no one on this board is super excited about, but it may be something we need to do, right? And I guess my question, and it's not a big dollar amount, you know, it's if it's something that needs to get done, certainly we do it. If it's something, and I guess that's my question is, what happens if we don't do this? If we say, you know what, let's go another 25 years and not change it? Are we putting ourselves at risk? Or is it just like clean up or clean up to actually solve a problem that's out there?
I'll refer to Township Secretary.
So basically, a new first-class township code was adopted 2 years ago. No one ever went through our code then and made sure that we were now in compliance with whatever changed in that code compared to whenever. You know, our code book was created in 1996 when they went through and codified all of our ordinances. No one has since then gone through comprehensively and reviewed everything and made sure there aren't conflicts or contradictions within different chapters. And so it's this whole process where they have their legal team go through, and we have a live online portal where they point out different things to us, like, you know, you have whatever in your code. No one has done that in 25 years. Are you sure you still need that on your books? Like, it's a whole thing like that. And then what they do when they're done with all that, and, you know, we've given them the different direction, you know, yes, we want to incorporate this, no, leave that alone, we still do that, and, you know, oh, okay, we don't comply with the first-class township code here, you know, and other laws that have changed since 1996. At the end of all of that, you know, they could do just that analysis for about $10,000, but then you're left with, oh, okay, you should change all of this stuff, and then it's up to us to try to get all those ordinances and whatever together. So the end product is that they put together an ordinance that in one fell swoop will adopt all of these changes that we need to make to the code.
Okay, so it sounds, if I'm hearing you right, it's not cleaning it up to clean it up. It's cleaning it up so that we're in compliance. And
Right.
So there is an important goal there.
Right, because, you know, things have changed, obviously, that,
Yeah.
you know, no one is babysitting the state statutes and saying, oh, you know, we don't match up with that.
Okay, so no, that answers my question, that it is something that's important to
It's
do.
something we should be
The
doing.
other part of it is instead of hiring a consultant, do you want to do that? I think we're all good. No further questions.
I don't have the expertise.
And have you seen our code book?
I think Jody, I have faith in Jody.
Commissioners used to be given the actual code book. So, okay, other members of the board with questions? Commissioner McComb?
Not a question, just a change of tack, request to fund $10,000 from the township manager's budget for the hiring of interns to assist our township arborist and our sustainability manager. One of the issues we've had over time is with tree planting, it's the coordination with residents. There's a lot of back and forth, and I think this is the type of thing where students, college, high school students who are savvy, social media and so forth could assist in that process. It would free up our sustainability manager, our township arborist from that type of time-consuming stuff, and I think you would be able to, the advantage would be probably get many more trees in the ground than we currently have because of the time-consuming nature of it. So I'll be making a request for that at some point.
Commissioner McComb, before you do that in the future, can you check with management about where that belongs? It's not clear that that would belong in the township manager's budget. It might belong in the arborist budget in public works.
I think the manager was copied on some email exchanges. I'm not sure if it would be within the sustainability manager's budget, but I think Mr. McNeil was copied on that exchange earlier.
Yeah. Okay. Other commissioners? Okay. Brandon, I think we can move on to the township manager's office budget.
Certainly. So the one notable goal for 2024 for the Township Manager's Office is the hiring or the recruitment of a new police superintendent. As the board is aware, Superintendent McGrath will be departing us early next year. So it is the township or manager's goal to get a new superintendent in place early next year. So that is one of our notable goals for 2024. When we're talking about budget numbers, the total 2024 budget request for the Township Manager's Office is $1,098,280, which represents a 6% increase versus the 2023 adopted budget and a 17.7% increase versus the 2023 estimated actual. As Eric noted before, some of the salary, savings from, not having an assistant township manager for a few months contributes to why that EA is significantly lower. And in addition to, a couple other staffing changes where, we had a couple empty vacancies for a good portion of the year. So I just wanted to take a second to explain that real quick. Regarding new investments, that 6.3% increase versus the 2023 adopted budget, $30,000 of that is an estimated budgeted request to engage a executive recruitment firm to assist the township in finding and hiring a new police superintendent. You'll be presented with an actual proposal later this month for you to consider, but we would like to budget $30,000, which is a good portion of the increase for next year's request. The other sizable investment is $13,000 in increased costs associated with our sustainability initiatives, $7,000 of which is to launch a limited composting program at the township facilities, organized by our sustainability manager, as well as a $9,000 added expense for EV software and management, should the board later this month decide that public EV chargers is something that the board and the township would like to get into. So we do have $9,000 for that, which, with the understanding that a policy decision would be made later this month that would inform the 2024 budget request. There are no changes in service levels or proposed staffing changes, and as I just explained, the one policy direction that we will be seeking the board's direction on would take place later this month regarding the EV, publicly available EV chargers. Should the board wish to do that, we have budgeted $9,000 for overarching administration, maintenance, and software for those chargers.
Okay, questions or comments for Brandon on the manager's office budget? I think you're referring to an end of September budget meeting, which will talk about EV chargers. My understanding is that's not scheduled for a vote since it's the first time it's being talked about.
That is true.
Okay, so it's not necessarily later this month, but I guess the intent is at some point this year. I'm looking to
Yes, it'll weave its way.
leadership and management.
It'll weave its way into the budget discussions at finance committee meetings, obviously in October and
Got it.
November.
Okay. Commissioner Kramer.
Is this the appropriate time to consider Commissioner McComb's suggestion for the additional $10,000?
Well,
Or is that something that should be left for a different department?
I believe it belongs to a different department, but I'll ask our manager.
Well, I guess, and this just came up in the email exchanges that just happened today and then
Right.
maybe a little bit yesterday. And I guess I got to sort out a little bit as to who this intern should be reporting to, whether that belongs with the sustainability manager or whether it belongs to our township arborist.
right, I think those details can be worked out. Just throw that out as a placekeeper, but we don't have to decide that now, obviously.
Commissioner McComb, you're talking about a summer intern? Or a
Yeah,
longer period of
it's
time?
on a trial basis to see if it can assist the township arborist. If it's more work to supervise the intern, it's not going to be good. But it could be something where just they can run interference, they can contact the residents, they can review the township tree mapping database and do things that are time-consuming and probably could assist in getting more trees in the ground, which I think is a goal of many of us on the board.
And it is on the, near the top of priorities in that the commissioners discussed, I referred to in my opening remarks. So,
Consistent with the comprehensive
Yeah.
plan, sustainability initiatives. I think it's good. It's a good return on the investment for not a lot of money.
Any concerns, any questions from other commissioners? President Sinai?
Just the processing. I mean, so for the record, I think that you doing this sort of thing to get operational impact on things that improve the quality of life in the township are important to do. I think given that this person is going to be reporting to someone, it would probably be useful for this board to hear from that someone saying,
Sure.
yes, we could actually use this resource. Just as a matter of process, I imagine you've already gone through that, but that would be helpful to hear. And maybe we could
I did want to
pencil
figure
it
out
in
who-
and sort of, when the public works shows up or,
Sure.
just saying we can hear it then.
Okay. Vice President Gavin?
The other concern I have is just defining it really well, because I just heard you say, kind of running interference, talking with the residents. If we're talking a high school student, probably not the best role, right? For a high school student to be out there, having two high school students, I'm guessing they're not the ones who should be calling residents, making sure that happens. There are roles that I think make a lot of sense, and I think if it's defined appropriately, this makes a ton of sense and can help move it forward. Whoever it is, to piggyback on President Sinai's point, whoever it is that this role would be reporting to, making sure that they're defining it, they're able to manage it, they understand how this can help make this, this initiative better, because I think it is incredibly worthwhile if it's done properly.
Yeah, I agree. It needs some refinement, and again, to emphasize, if it doesn't make life easier for our township arborist and it's more work, then it's not going to be a good idea.
Right, it really falls into the category of, you're asking for a goal, an initiative,
Right.
and management should come back to say, here's how we think it should be done.
That's fine.
Okay. All right. Moving on then to Human Resources, your final department, Brandon, and I'm going to ask you once again if you can speak a little bit closer to the microphone,
Certainly.
for those of us who are hard of hearing. I'm speaking for my colleague
All right.
next to me.
So for Human Resources, we have a notable goal of starting and completing the comprehensive compensation and job classification study for the township. I know that has been on the docket for a little while, so that is going to be our priority for 2024. And that's essentially, to summarize that, is it's going to be looking at all the different positions and job classifications in the township, looking at how much they get paid, comparing them to what similar positions in other public sector and private sector get paid, and having that all together as a point of comparison to really ask ourselves, are we paying what others are paying, and if not, what should we do in response to that? And as part of that whole study is also updating all the job descriptions. I've been working with the Human Resources Department at looking at how old some of the job descriptions are, and some of them, the newer job descriptions are pretty on point. Some of the older ones are just not reflective of some of the duties that the current holders of those positions are really fulfilling. So that is our notable goal for 2024. The total budget proposed for 2024 for Human Resources is $739,000. $739,453,000, which is a 4% decrease from the 2023 adopted budget and a 0.2% decrease from the 2023 EA. As I noted before, the significant investment is we're budgeting for $50,000 for that classification study.
Can you repeat that number?
$50,000.
Where is that in the professional technical services?
That is in professional technical services. The board did budget $80,000 in 2023 to get that process started, which we do anticipate starting the classification study this year and then finishing it up next year in 2024. So that is the major investment. The reduction in spending, again, is the offset of being able to start that classification and compensation study this year and just having to pay for the tail end of it in that professional services line next year. There are no proposed staffing changes, although I will note that in 2023, there was a retirement in early 2023 of an HR associate, and that one HR associate position will be soon replaced by a HR generalist position, as was budgeted in last year's budget process. So with that, I'll ask if there are any questions.
Questions or comments for Brandon on the Human Resources Department? Commissioner Burnham.
Thank you very much. Brandon, thanks. Sort of a question and semi-comment, and maybe we'll, not tonight, but at some other point, drill down a little bit more carefully. I think it's an excellent idea to make sure we know, who's in our lineup and what we're paying them, and to get that snapshot. One of the concerns I have when I listen to you is how it then gets utilized other than internally for us to make evaluations. And I'm going to use an example in a moment, because what you state is we can take a look at what are we paying and what are other townships paying. For some jobs, that's an apples and apples comparison. For others, and the example I'm going to use is going to point out in a second, it is not. I recall very vividly, a number of years ago, having to do this when we talked about our township secretary. And what do township secretaries get? And as we had to drill down to the difference of what other township secretaries do versus what ours does, it was worlds apart, which is why we're very lucky to have who we have, and I, make sure that, she's compensated, appropriately. I can envision a great number of other positions where trying to make that comparison, you're going to have, the same issue that's out there. So, long-winded way of getting here is, other than really giving us a snapshot of who do we have working under our roof and what's it costing us, and are we internally comfortable that we're paying them appropriately? What else do you envision coming out of this study, as opposed to just comparing with other townships, which you get the drift I'm not in favor of, that's going to help us, that's going to require externally $50,000. I would think a large portion of this we have readily because we're cutting paychecks every other week. So can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Yes, I can. One of the other deliverables for if we engage and do this study is updating all the job descriptions. HR did run a report where we have close to about 180 different classifications. So we're talking about roughly 180 different job descriptions of various age. Some of them are relatively new, but while others are older, and they have been updated in quite some time. So one of the big deliverables is being able to update all those job descriptions and really easing the pressure off our HR department, who are constantly in the process of interviewing and reviewing and doing background checks, while also entertaining all the health and benefit related questions that staff have, and being able to update all those job descriptions at the end of the study that we could then use to accurately reflect the job responsibilities that might not necessarily be reflected in job descriptions that have existed for quite a while.
Right, but at the end of the day, and I'll leave it at this, because I don't mean to debate, because I think it's an excellent idea to do it. I'm just maybe getting too far into the weeds. Whoever does this is going to go to a department head and say, tell me what these people do, right? So if the department heads are going to have to do that, wouldn't that really be the starting point? And then you would have the salary information, then you would decide, all right, how else we have to refine it. Just a thought. You don't have to respond.
That's all part of, let me respond a little bit. That is, of course, all part of the process.
Right.
One of the most important things that we're going to do in this is, right now we have an old, decades-old paper paying classification system.
Right.
So when we have a request for a position upgrade, or where we are creating a new position, we literally go through a process with this old classification system of putting in points based upon the job descriptions. Well, of course, if the job descriptions aren't up to date,
Yep.
And the points aren't good, and what we're doing then is not good.
No, that make 110%, that makes a lot of sense, and while doing this, I think it's a good idea. Thank you.
Other commissioners with questions or comments on this topic or this department? Vice President Galbraith?
Thank you, Commissioner Zillow. So I want to push back a little bit on this study as well. You know, a lot of these job descriptions are old and not up to date because we've had somebody in that position for 15, 20 years, right? And we haven't had to update it. And going through and just doing a wholesale reclassification and redoing all of this, our HR department is, as you mentioned, incredibly busy, right? We have a lot of openings in the memo. Manager McNeely talked about, you know, the staff openings we have. We have an incredibly busy and incredibly well-qualified HR department. Even if we have an outside consultant doing this, it's going to require, as Commissioner Bernheim just said, a lot of internal involvement, both from department heads and from HR. And I would much rather see them using their time to fill those positions and do what we need to get people into this township to provide better services and to continue making this township better and better than going through a 15-year-old job description and updating it. If it's needed on an as needed basis, that makes a lot of sense to me. So if there's a new position or an upgrade asked for, you look at the job description and say, okay, this needs to be updated. But in a wholesale study, you're going to update job descriptions that might not be touched for another 15 years. And then when they're looked at, they're going to, again, have to look at it, have to update it. So I don't know that it's a great use of, again, not a ton of money, but more the time and the resources of our very valuable employees to go ahead and do a study like this. Unless I'm missing something entirely and not fully understanding it, I just don't see that it's the best value and the best use of our time and resources here. And I don't know if that's, a comment for Manager McNeely or you, Brandon, or someone else. But.
Well, one of the issues of filling positions may be that we don't have a good market-based system to tell us whether we're paying competitive salaries here. So maybe that's the problem, why we're not able to fill positions in a number of departments. Some departments end up with dozens and dozens of applicants, and other departments, we have to keep open the recruitment for months and months trying to get. This will help us not only determine what wage they should be at, but perhaps also help us be competitive in the job market.
But doesn't HR do that? When you have a new position, I would assume they'd be doing some benchmarking. They'd talk to, and look at what other townships are doing. And this may be great for a snapshot now, but 3 years from now, if there's inflation or deflation or whatever it might be, it may not be valid anymore even 2, 3, 4 years from now. So,
It's what we're doing now with a decades-old paper system that should be converted to a modern electronic system. Right now, we're going through and saying, okay, well, it's been 20 years since this, and we've applied the annual inflation the board's approved for these positions every year. So this is where that position should be slotted, and this will be a fresh look and a fresh start. But yeah, it'll be updated every year. I mean, the one we've been using now, as I said, is decades old. It's a process that sets us up for years into the future.
if it's updating a system and making something that makes HR's job easier as they hire moving forward, absolutely. If it's going through and updating job descriptions and doing a wholesale comparison of where we are, to me, I don't think that accomplishes much.
No, it's updating a system which will make it far easier for HR to administer.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Stevenson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that this is a good idea. As someone who works in this field, I think that as you're making, as the manager said, that making the shift from onboarding, not only on the recruiting, retention, and onboarding concept have changed. And one of the things that's important is to look at the job descriptions, but to make them not only viable to the recruitment piece, but also in relationship to the onboarding. I mean, we have made a shift as a township about being more about sustainability. That alone, the amount of paperwork that is wasted for from that process alone would be helpful. And I would agree with the Vice President is that if this is something which the manager articulated, that if this is something where it becomes electronic and that you're constantly updating it, which you are able to do because of the resources you have online and technology, I think it's a win for us, and it would save some of the human capital that has to be put forth currently, in which the concern was by one of my colleagues. So I would definitely think that this is a good idea. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner O'Neill?
Thank you so much. Thank you for the presentation on the HR side of things. I just have a couple questions. So we've already allocated, and the estimated actual is 88,000 on this existing study. So we're only a third to go in it, basically. I guess my question is that where are we in that process? Is this all outsourced by another company? Are we talking canned software that we're now scanning and editing just to make it right per job description? It's a little confusing to me on what there is left to do, and why 60,000 may still be needed in this regard.
Certainly, and you know, the $50,000 is a excuse me, is a placeholder. I can tell you in the process, we are currently reviewing firms to kind of test the waters as to who would be interested. The general idea is that we would go out for requests for proposals. Ideally, it would go out in October with the results of that RFP brought before the board in November to select a firm if you so choose. And then, from November over December and over the holiday season, it would be a lot of the administrative background work, getting the system in place. We are incredibly early. You know, there is no, we haven't selected a firm. We haven't presented a RFP yet to the board. So we are still really early in the process in identifying which firms should be targeted for the RFP.
Okay, and then the 88 then was utilized by whom?
It is not utilized at all. It is still budgeted but not spent.
Okay. Often counties will have consortium groups where townships and municipalities cross-share. They make a concerted effort to compare, contrast numbers. In the East, we're kind of in the middle. We're right where we ought to be. Do we expect any major decrease or increase based on what we're seeing? Or, I mean, there must be some driver of why we're doing this to begin with, whether it's to protect ourselves in litigation, whether it's to be the top of the heap or the bottom of the heap, or to justify where we are as okay. Seems to me that there are different motivations, and I'm just curious about how and why that is.
Certainly, as Manager McNeely mentioned, the current system that is utilized by Human Resources is strictly paper-based. It is very intensive in regards to filling out the formulas and doing the calculations for whenever there is a request for a pay increase or a shift in position from, let's say, a planner 1 to a planner 2 or a planner to a senior planner. That is all paper-based right now and very labor-intensive for HR. So one of the motivations for this, and again, I can't speak to what started the process, but I can tell you what is keeping it going from a staff level, is to improve the operational efficiency of the HR department and make it easier for them to kind of process this. For example, when they do calculate inflations or pay increase, that's all paper-based. There's a big binder that the HR director handed me, so they do all those calculations by hand. The idea is when we choose a vendor and we go through this process for the study, at the end of the day, in addition to all the updated job descriptions, as Manager McNeely mentioned, we would have an electronic database that would make calculating those increases and accounting for inflations far easier for HR staff. So that is a big portion of it. And to mention, to capitalize on the consortiums and their salaries. We do have the data for that, so we do have a step in the right direction for whenever a vendor is selected. We do have all that data that we can then provide to them as a starting point.
Great, thank you.
I would just add one thing to what Brandon was saying. Been here a little bit longer than he has. The study that we use when you're evaluating a position, it's 24 years old. So think about your place of work. Is it different than 1999? I think it's probably significantly different. So, in terms of how you work, what you work with, the type of analysis that's done, the activities that are done. So it is something that we definitely believe is outdated and due to be updated. Thanks.
Commissioner McComb?
Thank you, Commissioner Zell. Just a quick follow-up question. Does the township use a HRIS system? And if it does, how does it integrate this paper-based thing with an HRIS system? You're kind of losing the utility of having it all electronically based.
So I think what you're talking about is really an ERP system, a financial management system, yes.
All integrated, yeah.
And that has HR in it and things of that nature. I think what Brandon's getting at when he's talking about some of the hand calculations by hand is part of the process of that is not as efficient as it should be. I don't know quite enough about HR's process to know if that's somewhat a system limitation or if that is something that hopefully through this process, which is what I believe, it will be made more efficient so that way we will be able to basically have these job descriptions, apply whatever might be the agreed upon collective bargaining agreement, wage increase, have it go directly into the system and feed into the HR system and into the payroll system. Right now, that it requires at the end of the year, when a pay increase or if there's a July 1st increase, a lot of data entry by the HR team into the system, so that way it is ready for when finance kind of takes it over to actually do the payroll.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, Eric, I thought you were going to answer the question from Commissioner O'Neill as to how do we spend $88,000 estimated in 2023 when this consultancy has not occurred yet?
This is why we actually review our internal budgets again in the first week of October. Because what's going to happen when we look at that is we're going to say, there's no way in heck we're actually going to spend $80,000 in this year. So then you would reallocate those dollars and smooth them between this current year and next year. That happens with a lot of professional services agreements or professional services. You'll hear that probably later in the evening from building and planning and such, and other RFPs that are come forward. So that's why the first 2 weeks of October, everyone takes another look at their budgets and is expected to make those adjustments as necessary.
Got it. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah. All right. So I will express my view here. Going from paper to electronic makes sense. Nobody has asked why we can't do it with our internal IT department. That may be because there are specialties or packages that are available. But Ernie or Brandon, do you know the answer to that?
Yeah, it's more than just converting it to electronic. The whole system needs to be updated. The whole process of scoring the positions and setting them into a pay range needs to be updated. So it's much more than just a conversion to electronic records.
Okay. When it comes to compensation levels, in order to attract the workforce that we're trying to hire, that seems to me to be the skills and job of human resources and not a consultant. And I think that our directors and you do a very good job of assessing the marketplace. So while the classification system I understand, going to electronic I understand, I don't understand the pay comparison. So I'll register my objection to that component of it, but we don't need to discuss it further unless anybody else wants to. Seeing none, then thank you, Brandon. That probably took longer than you expected. We're going to move now to Chris Weldy, who's going to talk about parking, public information, and information technology. So he gets 3 departments as well. Welcome, Chris. Assisted by Parking Director Jerry Adams. Welcome, Jerry.
Thank you, Commissioner Zeloff. We'll start with the parking services. Some notable goals in parking this year. Parking Services is working to create greener space in the township parking lots. For example, Lot 11, Morton Road in North Marion, recently completed paving, striping, and some new green space, which includes shrubs, trees, and grass. Parking Services continues to work to improve parking conditions throughout the township. An example of this is the 7th parking meter attendant, hired in 2023, has been focusing on the school zones to relieve the parking issues there. And the third notable goal, Parking Services continues to upgrade its mobile printing equipment for meter attendants, which enables the attendants to more efficiently perform their duties. Some financial information. 2024 proposed budget increases by 8%, or $110,000 compared to the 23 budget. Almost all the increase, 104 of the $110,000 difference, is due to wages and benefits, as earlier spoken about by Eric. There's no significant increases in other categories within Parking Services. Some significant changes. As previously mentioned, the board approved the 7th meter attendant for 2023. The 7th meter attendant primarily patrols the township school zones, the high schools, the various colleges. The impact of this 7th attendant has contributed to a 17% increase in parking ticket volume and a corresponding increase in parking ticket revenues. This attendant also utilizes a township electrical vehicle in the performances of their services. And Parking Services is happy to report that this electric vehicle has worked out very well for this attendant. There's no full-time staffing changes proposed within this 2024 budget, and no new items are requiring board direction. Parking Services Department Head Jerry Adams is available for questions, as am I.
Thanks, Chris. The work on Lot 11, if you haven't seen it, it's across from the Bryn Mawr Fire Company. It's extremely well done. Because what Chris didn't say is it's a greener lot with no fewer parking spaces. And it was done in the summer when its usage is the lowest. So thank you. Any questions or comments from other commissioners? Vice President Gavin.
Thank you. Just a question on how that works with greening a lot and improving it. How does it work between Parking Services, Public Works, Building and Planning? How do we go about doing it?
Commissioner, it really works between, pardon me, myself and Pannoni. Public Works obviously is always involved whenever we're talking about granite curbing and asphalt. It's imperative that I work with Paul on those things. But the design was Pannoni. They bring it to us. What we had originally been proposed with was a replacement of the existing island. The existing island that was in Lot 11 was simply old concrete curb stops that had been driven in with rebar, which is, it could be anywhere from 1/4 inch to 1 inch thick steel bars. And that drives it and it keeps it stable, and then it was filled with asphalt. The asphalt had broken down, all of the concrete curb stops had started to break down with rebar showing through. So what we did is our first design was, hey, all concrete, granite curbing, just bring it up to today's standards. And then, through speaking with Jillian and planning, as well as the sustainability coordinator, we decided to look at how much of this needs to be concrete. And the only section that needed to be concrete is the strip of about 18 inches where the meter posts will be spaced. So what we did is we reduced the amount of concrete in there to the minimal amount that we needed to post the concrete, to post the meter posts. The rest was left for planting, which hasn't occurred yet, because specifically a week like this can kill new and young plants. So the better time to do it is later in the fall, has a chance to establish itself and then go dormant for the spring. Our individual meter maintainer crews will maintain it's maybe about a 3-foot by 200-foot strip of planting that will have appropriate shrubs, small trees, and grass.
Awesome. That's amazing. Thank you for doing that. How many additional lots do you think you're going to be doing that in 24?
2024, I don't anticipate anything significant as far as greening. 2024 is currently under specific consideration for either replacement or restoration of Lot 11's wrought iron fence, as well as possibly doing some paving. And if we can do some greening, if we do any work outside, here outside the public safety building, there is an issue outside that will require some excavation. So during that excavation, we're investigating possibly repaving the lot. And there's a lot of area out there that has mulch, but not any type of greening other than the trees. So that is something that when that work occurred, we would go over that with the sustainability coordinator as well as planning to see if any other plantings or shrubs would be appropriate there.
Great. Thank you.
Commissioner Churchill.
Thank you. I just want to make a quick observation. You were mentioning parking attendant number 7, increased revenue, parking revenue 17%, and if my math is right, 7 goes into 100, it's like 14%, which would be the cost of the attendant. I guess certainly justifies that cost. But I think that we're doing this for more than just issuing parking tickets. I think you said that this person is around schools and what other areas?
Correct. It's a unique position in that it allows us to significantly increase the number of times that we patrol the individual school zones that are 2-hour and 1-hour time zones.
Yep.
Now that person, it's more than everyone knows, the amount of increase that comes directly from the school zones is not 17%, okay? That would really, you would all be hearing from your constituents if that's what we were doing. The real positive of that is that as we have people who are off using vacations, that 7th attendant now fills into the larger areas as well, such as Ardmore and Bryn Mawr, the business districts, especially in the summertime where that position would not have had anyone in that location, or it would have had one person in that location trying to cover a 5, 10, 15-mile radius in a day. So primarily, I'd say at least 5 days a week, every week, we have someone in the school zone. But in the summertime, when the school zones are down and not quite as full,
Vacation.
literally not full at all, we have people on vacation, we have people maybe have medical issues that miss a lot of time. That person fills in for those spaces and is really a terrific increase in revenue, as well as tickets that get written that didn't get written previously.
Well, yeah, it seems as if this attendant pays for itself, but I think that something that's interested in Lower Merion is that, especially around the schools, there's always been complaints about parking or the lack of parking, and I hope that this is helping to alleviate that situation.
I think it is only because I believe Lower Merion School District, I don't have any kids in the district at the high school level for sure, but that the district, Lower Merion School District or Lower Merion High School, has introduced a new pass key system that the kids will utilize to come and go from the building. And they are trying to restrict the amount of times that the kids leave the building. So that should really assist us with compliance, to not issue as many tickets, but it should help us with compliance in those areas of Powell Road, Hamilton, Owen, Worcester, where we have the most issues.
Good. Okay, thank you.
President Sinai.
Thank you, Commissioner Zoloff. So I just want to start by echoing something that Commissioner Churchill said, which is, you can imagine that if you have 7 parking attendants and you never issue a violation, right? It's not that they're unsuccessful; they might be very successful. They've just deterred every possible violation, right? Now having said that, I am struck by this 17% as well, right? Because what that means is that this 7th parking attendant is producing at the average of the previous 6, right? And suggests that like the board made a good call in approving that, because there's a lot for them to do. It certainly raises the question, and maybe we'll hear from you later in the year about whether an eighth is warranted, right? Because there seems like there's a lot of this going on, and to Commissioner Churchill's point, like this isn't even measuring the improvement in the actual traffic and parking that we're benefiting from as well. This seems to be a colossal win. So thank you. I mean, there's clearly good management of this person if they come in off the bat and they're producing at the average.
Thank you. There are some mitigating circumstances. In that having the seventh attendant in the school zone really allows our other folks in Ardmore and Bryn Mawr to focus greatly in the Bryn Mawr and Ardmore areas. They're not traveling a distance to walk the school zone. Somebody's already dedicated to that. And we do have, again, there are health issues. There are certain types of leave that are necessary in our department that this seventh attendant really fills the gaps for. I feel currently we are well situated with staffing. I couldn't say that I couldn't use an eighth attendant, but at the moment I think we're very, very sound and working efficiently.
Okay. Great, that's great to hear. And then the other thing I want to echo the thanks for working with the sustainability manager in Public Works and taking the initiative to green and beautify the parking lots. I think that's incredibly important. I think it's both of those dimensions are important for the look and feel of this township as well as the sustainability benefits. I guess the only question I have for you is why not more in 24? So what's the bottleneck? I mean, we have a number of parking lots presumably that are lacking greening and beautification and could use some of the aesthetic improvements.
Correct. Again, it's only my third year as a director here with the township, so I'm trying to, feeling my way through the CIP process. We're working with Lot 7. That fence restoration is very important, and we have an opportunity to get a significant contribution from an outside source to preserve the wrought iron. That may or may not work out. Should it work out, it will look terrific. If it doesn't, we have a nice backup plan for another style of fencing, that would be very suitable and hopefully last another 25 to 50 years. We also had something come up out front in the public safety building lot that may require us to contribute some funds for some paving of that lot. In 2025, we are doing Cricket Terrace, which is Lot 5 here in Ardmore. It was put off so that we could do Lot 11 because, in my opinion, Lot 11 had a bigger safety issue concern. But Lot 5 will indeed incorporate a fair amount of greening as well wherever it's possible, and that will occur in 2025.
Okay, so I'll just make the following pitch, which is if the bottleneck is that this has to work through the CIP, we're in that process, and the board can't consider anything that you don't raise to us, right? I can't say what the board would approve or not approve, but certainly, would be very interested in hearing what the set of things that in your assessment could warrant some improvement in greening. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, I would just say that Jerry hasn't used this word. Lot 11 is a very small parking lot, so perhaps it was a pilot. Lot 7 and the fence, as you've described, it's a very big lot with a very big fence and a very big project.
Correct.
And so you've had a successful pilot and now onward from there.
Correct.
Commissioner Bernheim.
Yeah, thank you very much. I was going to somehow dovetail into that as well and see if I could work in the paved paradise and put up a parking lot line, but I've been away from this for a while, so you'll excuse me, I'm rusty, but I think you're getting the idea that if you have something that next up on your mind, bring it to the board, you may find people will be receptive. But the other item that I really wanted to focus on was the hiring of attendant number 7 was not just school zones. And you've been kind enough to respond very promptly to emails from Commissioner Grimes and myself that when we discussed this initially, one of the drivers for us was the parking problems at some of the parks. West Mill Creek being the one that I hear most about, and then making sure that that attendant would be able to make trips there to look at those areas because, again, it's not to generate revenue, but if people are being ticketed for improper parking, that's going to persuade them not to do that, which then has the ripple effect of not overcrowding, at least in reference to West Mill Creek Park, to a degree, albeit probably a small degree. So I just want to point that out, that, you know, in assigning tasks to attendant number 7, to make sure that those parks remain part of that regular routine in order to help, you know, curb some of the problem there.
Absolutely. Based on today's discussion, we are already scheduled. I spoke with our 7th attendant and the 2 folks who kind of split that school zone. You know, the individual, there are 2 gentlemen in our office who are handling the school zone on alternating weeks. We do every day the West Mill Creek Park 601 Mill Creek Road. It is checked every day. Parks and Recreation, and I'm not sure if Highway was involved, did a tremendous job of increasing parking down in that parking lot. And it really has eliminated a lot of the previous problems. I have not had any complaints of anyone parking along that wall along Mill Creek Road, which is extremely hazardous. Now, on Saturdays, the police, you know, may still be called for that. We are going to take that lot on, as well as Welsh Valley, to a greater degree. I've already spoken with Commissioner Grimes. We will have the no stopping or standing areas enforced at Welsh Valley twice a day. The transition from the Mill Creek Dog Park back to Narberth and the high school can easily incorporate 2 passes through the Welsh Valley area. So hopefully we'll eliminate that problem as well for you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you, Commissioner Zella.
Thank you. Commissioner Stevenson?
Thank you. Mr. Adams, thank you for the presentation. And I'm not looking for an answer here, but more of a observation for consideration, and that is in relationship to our fines, and have we considered looking at, as we look at, I know the incentive is to stop folks, but one of the things is a comparison about the cost. So the economic cost for some folks, whereas I've heard several times where some of our fines people dismiss as just a minor inconvenience, and I would ask that maybe your office, working with the manager, look at our current fines and see if that is something that is still feasible, and if not, should we increase them, not only for revenue part, but for more of to increase the incentives for folks not to want to be fined for violations.
Thank you. We have compared our fee to Radnor's. They also are $25 for a parking violation. But based on, as Commissioner Neely is probably well aware, some of our lease agreements in the Ballackinwood area, you know, we may have to discuss either raising the cost of meters per hour. Currently, we offer an hour for 50 cents. It's 25 cents for a half hour. So, you know, we could also consider that. You know, the fines, you know, I hate to say any amount of money is insignificant, because a certain amount of money is always going to be a different level of inconvenience for everyone. But it is coming to the point where maybe it is wise to start to discuss whether we raise our fines or our cost per meter.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Great. Okay, other commissioners with comments? I echo Commissioner Stevenson's comments about taking a look at our fines, and as you've said, Jerry, meters. Jerry, thank you very much for your all your work and all your responsiveness and the questions asked this evening.
Oh, my pleasure. Thank you, everyone.
Chris, last item then is, oh no, not the last item. Second item, public information.
The Public Information Office, notable goals. Public Information Office is working with the IT department to increase the method of collections with township residents, connections with township residents by adding text alerts for things like township newsletters and various announcements. Previously, these alerts went to residents by way of email only. Since about 50% of our residents utilize mobile devices to connect to the township website, The PIO wanted to add text alerts to ensure we are engaging more residents, including our younger residents who tend to text much more than email. Another goal, PIO is working to increase public awareness of the role of each township department through our website, LMTV, and various social media platforms. To date, we have posted interview sessions with the Parks and Rec Department, Finance Department, and Parking Services, and on deck is Fire and Public Works. Some financial information. Public Information's Office 2024 budget increased by 28%, or $138,000, compared to the 23 budget. The primary reason for the increase is a request for $115,000 in equipment purchases. Requested equipment is used in broadcasting and recording boardroom meetings, LMTV original program, etc. The equipment is controls of cameras, audio, and recording devices. The equipment we're using right now was purchased and installed back in 2010 and had a useful life of about 10 years, so we're a little bit beyond that. Although the equipment is currently operational, the manufacturer of the equipment no longer supports the repairs and no longer makes replacement parts. So our concern is that if a portion of the equipment goes down, the township may be unable to record telecasts for a period of time. If you remove this $115,000 request from equipment, the proposed budget increases by about 5%, and that's mostly due to wages and benefit growth. So the $115,000 is the big request here. Some significant changes. Some reductions in spending within this department. Postage is anticipated to go down about $10,000 compared to 2023, mainly due to the Finance Department's utilization of a third-party payment processor to pay our invoices, resulting in postage savings. E-subscriptions for the public have significantly increased since a May 2022 upgrade. Since the upgrade, the e-subscriptions have increased from 4,500 to 9,300. And this process started back last summer or so. Public Information Group has no staffing changes requested for 2024. And the item that we're looking for board direction on is the $115,000 of recording equipment. If that proposal or request is approved, township staff is going to evaluate this equipment to determine if it should be continued to be in the PIO's budget or if it should be a CIP item. And again, if it's a CIP item, it would meet the 10 to 20 years useful life. So we would evaluate the equipment to see if it should shift to the CIP. The PIO's department head, Lori Jennings, is online to field questions.
Great, thank you very much, Chris. And Lori, I note that your number one goal has to do with that highly rated TV show, Beside the Gavel, and a specific commissioner's name is in the goal. That may be unique in this document. Hello, Vice President Gavel. Okay, questions or other comments on the Office of Public Information? Questions or comments on the recording equipment, which sounds like capital to me, of $115,000 that Chris just spoke about? Commissioner Kramer.
If we need it, let's get it.
Vice President Gabriel.
Along the lines of what you said, I think one way to pay for that if it's needed is I've heard that for the Public Works pipeline, the host has a bunch of lavish requirements in order to go on stage. So I think cutting that can easily save the $115,000. Thank you.
And our talent cost is going to go down significantly in January, isn't it, for that highly rated show?
No doubt.
Yes. Speaking of that talent,
And I hate to really bring down the temperature in the room here, but some of us know that Public Works Pipeline is actually in serious financial trouble. So we're really not in a position to prop up another channel or a network or the township at this time. So, but please keep us in your thoughts and prayers.
And on that note, we're going to go right to information technology.
I did, but I just.
Oh, Commissioner Grimes, I'm sorry, if you had
I
a
just
question or
have
comments?
a semi-on topic. I just want to note, I think for the first time, we're seeing closed captioning on the broadcast. If it's not the first time, it's the first time I've noticed it, and I want to thank those responsible. This is an important accessibility requirement, and it's a very welcome addition. So to those responsible, thank you for accomplishing this.
Great, thank you for pointing that out. Okay, seeing no other questions or comments, now we'll move to IT.
Okay, information technology. Some of our notable goals currently, and Eric mentioned this earlier, Lower Merion businesses submit their annual business privilege tax returns via paper returns. The business tax group, with the assistance of the IT group, are working on with an outside vendor with the goal of enabling township businesses to prepare and submit their annual tax returns electronically and online. The process is in a setup and testing phase, and if all goes well, hopefully we'll be ready for a rollout with next year's filing. Security remains IT's highest focus. As it relates to township employees, the IT department continues to educate our staff by providing access to educational videos that demonstrate how bad actors are trying to gain access to our system. Some financial information. IT's 2024 proposed budget increases by about 4% or $100,000 compared to 2023's budget. The primary reason for the increases are existing staff wages and benefit increases, some small contractual increases with our software maintenance vendors, and some increased storage costs, primarily due to B&P scanning of building development plans and historical plans, as well as police, body and dash camera storage, and resident videos of recordings of police-related activities. So there's some of the reasons for the increase. Again, we're talking about a 4% increase from last year. Significant changes. In the past several years, IT budget has increased due to the migration of storage to the cloud. This transition to the cloud is now complete, so these costs have stabilized, and we're not seeing the increases that we've seen in prior years. There are no IT staffing changes proposed for the 2024 budget, and there are no items that require board direction. The IT department head, Jim Wyman, is unable to attend tonight, and if there are any specific questions that I'm unable to answer, Jim said he would be able to get directly back to the board with those answers.
Questions or comments for Chris about information technology? President Simon.
Thank you, Commissioner Zoff, and thank you for that, Chris. That was very helpful. And I certainly support the moving the business privilege tax payment online. Anything that reduces the barrier for that being paid is probably a good thing. Yep. And I guess my follow-up question is, there are various payments that residents pay to the township, not the taxes that go through the treasurer's office, but the stuff that comes through finance or other departments, some of which you can pay online, some of which you cannot. And I was just wondering if is there a roadmap to moving all of those things eventually to like just being able to deal with the township online?
I'll kind of speak to that a little bit. We do try every year to add more things. I think sometimes there's a little bit of a, maybe a misperception might be the word, of like how easy that is. Sometimes, taking a form and make it into a fillable PDF, that's the easy part. But then you got how many people then submitting payments, which are coming in electronically, and then reconciling those payments. That gets to be where the rubber meets the road in these issues. And that's been our experience when we've done these implementations with IT, where it's much more difficult and much more time consuming. So we've tried to hit the lowest hanging fruit on those. We're trying to, again, every year make some progress in certain areas. I don't think that there's a plan that by 2028, everything will be able to be paid online. The other thing that I think makes us as a township more unique in that sense is because we are such a large township, we have a certain level of sophistication across the different departments where we have lots of different systems. So we don't all just use, it's not like there's one finance, HR system and everyone uses it for everything. There's a whole different permitting system. There's a different parking management system. There's a different this system. So then when you're talking about integrating all of that, what you get is a lot of headaches. So it's a bit of a long-winded answer to tell you we are trying to make progress where we can make progress, but it's much more of a rocky than a straight line because of some of those issues.
Believe it or not, I have familiarity with at the corporate level trying to do this integration, and I have complete appreciation for how difficult it is, especially when you have a whole bunch of legacy systems that, some of which were probably like written 30 years ago, right? And like in different departments, each doing different things, and you're trying to improve it incrementally. I'll just make the following observation, which is that, certainly one of the comments I hear from residents on occasion is that an expectation to interact with the township in a modern way, right? And so, like, I see the goal as being that, like, all the interactions should be there, and like the lofty holy grail goal is like the systems are all integrated because there's like one way of doing, and I understand that getting from here to absolutely there is a undertaking, but as just something to keep somewhere in mind. I think at least from my perspective, that's an end point where the township at some point is going to need to figure out how to be. Thank you.
Other commissioners with questions or comments on information technology? Okay, Chris, thank you very much for covering all three departments. Next up is our head of department for fire, recently appointed Jimmy McCoy.
Good evening, folks. Noticeable goals for the fire department moving forward in 2024. We want to increase our department community risk reduction program. We want to expand our inspections. We want to grow our community fire prevention programs. And we want to reinstate our department pre-planning, which has been put on the side since our deputy chief left many, many years ago. This goal, with the goal of executing and moving our summer camp forward. We tried to implement that right before COVID kicked in, and as time has moved on, our staffing just didn't allow to do that. And that ties into some of our goals and my hopes for increasing our staffing in our office. Other goals we have is research and hopefully implement a new record management program. We were following the state. The state has kicked the can down the line. So they took the current system they were supposed to replace this year and have moved to at least 24 now with the current vendor. It's the same vendor who we use presently, so we're going to see how they move forward. We're continuing moving our Knox Box program forward with all commercial properties, along with our community risk reduction program. One of our main goals and priorities is actually one of the board's priorities, and that is to work with the Recruitment Retention Committee to keep improving our current recruitment and retention efforts in the fire department. That was one of your top 5 goals that you have currently. We continue to do that. If you go back a year ago, one of your other ones was to take a piece of the strategic plan and execute the MOUs, which has been done this year. So the fire department had 2 of your top 7 goals. One's been done and one continues to be worked on each year with us. Our total budget for 2024, our percentage increase versus our 23 estimate, along with our adopted, are pretty much close to the same. They're right around 4.6, 4.7%. Some of our largest items in our budget are the contributions, and that's the contributions that go to our 6 volunteer fire companies, Narberth Ambulance, along with the investment in our recruitment retention that we have for our tax program, and as well as the Fund Recruitment Retention Committee that we use that money for yearly. Significant changes is really the staffing change that we're asking for. We're asking to add another deputy fire marshal to our office. In 2021, the strategic plan was adopted in the township. And that plan took the direction of the fire department as moving us forward. There was no more status quo. We were moving the fire department. And in efforts to make us a better department, we really stepped up in the last probably 1 year with, as Eric talked about, our financial reviews have been done in a much timely fashion, and they've moved forward. We've had the MOU completed, signed by the board, and going back to the fire companies in their hands. We have a department chain of command now. We have a chief of department with an officer's lineup that's done. We have our SOPs being updated, and our most important ones are training one, which is being done, and that's been adopted. So a big part, I believe, of recruitment retention is trying to get as much information we can out in the street to our firefighters. And that's where our inspection program is going to take off. We've made the effort currently to push our inspections forward. With inspections and pre-plans, we're able to add more information to our firefighters. If you look at our annual report, you'll see our numbers. Our numbers are pretty, I'll call flat. They're the same. We're somewhere between 700 and 800 inspections a year over a 10-year period. Our incidents aren't flat. Our incidents have rose from about 1,800 12 years ago to close to 2,700 to 2,600, depending on where we are each year. So we're a busier department. So the hope is adding another deputy fire marshal will take our current numbers of inspections, move them well into 1,200 inspections a year, if not more. Will help get more information out to our firefighters and continue moving our department forward. I was going through some of the budget meetings and I saw last year, Chris last week made a great point about the building coming in. We talked about, I'll call it building boom phase 2. Another 1,800 apartments are going to be in the township by the end of 25 or 26. It's a lot of new buildings going to go up. Small projects from 100 to projects of 400 apartments. That's a lot of labor in the fire department to do daily inspections of buildings under construction. Our current staff works where we are today. With that new projects coming forward, we're asking for more help. I'm happy to answer any questions we have.
Thank you, Jimmy. I'll start. I did take a look at the fire department annual report from 2022. Thank you very much for that. So you're proposing to add a deputy fire marshal, and one of the benefits would be significant increase in inspections. There haven't been 1,100 inspections annually on this chart going back 10 years.
That is correct.
So do you believe that that's a level of inspections that can be reached and maintained?
Well, if you look at those numbers of inspections there, that's 3 individuals on the street doing inspections. So add 25% of those numbers, that gets us up to 1,100 a year. And that's full-time. That's 4 full-time deputy fire marshals who not only do inspections, they do firefighting, they do fire investigation, they do plan review, they do community outreach programs.
As you put in your memo?
Yes.
Then my other question is on call volume. That's also in the report. 2,200 inside the township and roughly 400 outside. Is that how you get to the 2,600?
Yes.
You know, since 2018, it's about flat, so in the last 5 years.
Correct.
It is up from 10 years ago.
Correct.
So do you view the added capacity, can you explain how the added deputy fire marshal will address the current call volume?
Absolutely.
Level?
So a part of my memo, you saw the amount of calls that the fire department office covers. So we put the plan together several years back to try and remove some calls on the volume side from volunteers and let the deputy fire marshals handle calls, investigation, follow-up calls. So these are calls that they're not calling out the fire company, they're calling out the duty deputy fire marshal, or during the workday, one of the fire marshals that are here. So we try to take calls off of our firefighters and then just put them back on us. And honestly, from your numbers, you can see we run close to 400 calls a year in our office. As well as the other memo our party talked about is the call volume between 11 p.m. and 6 a.m. Almost 320 times a year that pager goes off in the middle of the night. Imagine what your spouse tells you every night when your phone rings.
Okay. Thank you for your memo, and thank you for those answers. Committee members, commissioners with questions or comments. Commissioner Bernheim.
Yeah, thank you very much. And thanks for bringing this forward, because everybody's probably sick of hearing me state that we still, out of all of those calls, about 51% that are false. So correct me if I'm wrong, if we increase the inspections, then the inspections themselves are going to be looking at some of the alarm systems that are going off and may decrease that in one fashion. Nevertheless, we still need other efforts to be made because of the residential properties that are I think, still the prime reason for the false alarms that we have to deal with. But this has got to help that. And then when you talk about the alarms going off at 2 in the morning, and if 50% of them are false, then yes, it's very difficult for people to get up, get out of bed, and recognize, all right, I may be going for no real reason whatsoever, and that becomes a drain on our fire service, which then hurts the retention part of our recruitment and retention program. So all of this dovetails together, and I think that doing something about increasing the inspections should have a positive domino effect on the fire service overall. So I think that this is something that is well worth the investment to go ahead and do so, and I'm glad you have brought that forth. In connection with recruitment and retention, and part of this process as board members, if you've heard, have stated they want to let their colleagues know of coming attractions. So while this may not come under your budget, but nevertheless deals with recruitment and retention, is that it's hard for me to find words other than my extreme disappointment in the school board's decision not to implement to the magnitude that they should have the tax rebate program from the 2017 state legislature passed a law so that municipalities, being school boards and school districts, could give tax credits to certain firefighters that met certain criteria, not just everybody. And then in 2022, the amount of credit changed from a ceiling of 20% to 100%. This board, within a month, went ahead and did 100%. I have, for every month, without fail, thereafter, asked the school board to do the same, and appeared before the school board on 2 or 3 occasions, and in each of those months prior to, there were 16 of them, I think, before I got a hearing, received assurances that they would follow suit, if not 100%, maybe 50%, and their decision was to do, was it $1,500 per firefighter? That is an extraordinary disappointment. I'm then going to ask this board, through our at least ARP money, to match that. At least that per firefighter. There are about 45 firefighters, as I recall, that would qualify. And I will continue month after month until the school board has its next budget to go ahead and see if they do that tax rebate so that we can get them on board, because this will be extraordinarily helpful in recruitment and retention. We talked earlier this evening of trying to help get commissioners on the board by having some type of insurance opportunities. This for our firefighters is critical. So I bring that out just so everybody will know of coming attractions, because we need to be able to do this, because the cost otherwise is great, dovetailing it back to the request for somebody else. If we don't get more inspections and we don't decrease the number of false alarms, we are going to lose the number of volunteers that we have. It's that simple. No one's going to get up at 2 in the morning when they realize it's for nothing. So I've said my piece. Thank you.
Other commissioners? Vice President Gabbard?
Thank you. As we've set up here a number of times, our number one goal is to keep our residents safe. And you and all of our volunteer firefighters, all of our professional firefighters, you are the key to doing that. And thank you for literally laying your lives on the line for us. We cannot thank you enough for that. And I want to make sure if we're spending a significant amount of money, we're doing the best thing, spending it the best way to keep us safe. So this investment in an additional deputy is about a $200,000 investment between salary, benefits, and all the equipment needed, right? Is kind of in that range. And I know, a couple of things you said. You talked about inspections, the MOUs, and I just want to make sure if we're going to spend that kind of money, which if we need to spend it, we should spend it, that we're spending it in the best way to keep us safe, to make sure that your department is alert and, happily, happily married and not getting calls every 20 seconds at night and false alarms. Because that's really important in keeping our volunteer firefighters engaged and retained. So in that vein, a couple of questions. The MOUs that we just kind of implemented, how does that change the role? Because I know you have our fire companies and then we have our township fire department. How does the MOU change the dynamic and the roles between our fire department and the various fire companies?
So one of the important parts of MOU was our department chain of command. We now have a straight pecking order at how we go and operate every day. If years past, remember Chief McGarvey talked about the deputy fire marshals didn't have rank in our department. They were just inspectors, investigators. They now are assistant chiefs in our department. They are similar to our firefighters out of Bryn Mawr or any other company. They're assistant chief rank. So they fall into the rank structure of the third or fourth in line. So they provide leadership on fireground. I mean, they're the mentors of the young kids. They're the volunteers who most of us have come from volunteer rank that have moved to the career rank. It's something they want to follow through and be like. So that's a great mentorship that way. The MOU really is kind of our foundation of how we're going forward. It leads who we are, and that's where I took the idea of asking for the next deputy fire marshal to now push our inspection program through, to add more, I call it boots on the street. Not only do we help inspections, we help firefighting. There are many times that our deputy fire marshals on the hose line with firefighters crawling down the hallway. You'll see in October, we're going to do recognition of a rescue we had in Paylin. It was a deputy fire marshal and a volunteer firefighter that found the woman and pulled her out. That was a daytime fire. So it's an important piece of our puzzle.
Okay. So in inspections, and I've always said, okay, yes, more inspections better. But I've never actually thought about, so we do 800 inspections, give or take, a year. What's the result of that? Like, what are we inspecting? What happens in an inspection? What changes based on an inspection?
So we have our routine inspections where we go to a commercial property and we have a checklist. And it's about 60 items you go through, you look through. You look through, make sure the fire protection system, which is a sprinkler system, a fire alarm system, is up to date. It's not out of date. It's been tested. It's certified. So now you know it works. We make sure we don't have storage around heaters. Improper storage in the building that could cause a fire. We want to make sure exit ways are open so in the event there is an emergency, people get out. We want to make sure that in large multifamily buildings we have floors that are clean, people can get through the building without any life safety issues. So we come in and we're just Big Brother looking after them and making sure all our buildings are the way they should be. And then I talked about our target hazards. Our target hazards are buildings that are normal buildings but have something extra special in them that's going to cause us an issue in the future. It may be a hospital where we have somebody laying in bed smoking during a COVID storm and starts a fire with oxygen. Now we're moving people out of a hospital. How do we do that? How do we have a pre-plan ready to go? We have nursing homes we need to worry about. We have now a lot of new commercial construction is going to start. We want to make sure we get in there from the ground up and make sure safe fire practices are being done so we're not having somebody smoking on the floor or somebody running a saw, sparking somewhere that's going to start a fire somewhere. Or we're not going to have storage blocking exits, things like that. So these are all parts of our everyday inspection from regular property to a new construction that we do just prevent one fire. We prevent one fire, we may save one life. There's no way we can fully tell, but we know if we're doing it and we're having results, I think we're in a better place.
And it's your department, not the fire companies, doing all of that work, correct?
It's just the fire marshal's office handles all the inspections, all the community outreach programs. Some of the fire companies do help with fire prevention programs. They'll come out and assist. They'll bring trucks out. They'll bring people out to help. But everything gets coordinated through our office.
Okay. And on the inspections, of the 800, would you say pretty much every time some improvements are made, or is it half the time they look perfect? And what's the outcome?
I don't know if there's a true number. We can go through a block of stores on Lancaster Avenue and maybe find 50 violations. Then I can walk down Greenfield Avenue and a group of 10 stores and find 0. So it's really, I think it's more you get into these properties, the more they see you, the more they're kind of more brought up, like can't do this, we can't do that. Let's just kind of make our buildings a little more safer. But I would think on an average, probably maybe one violation. That could be an exit sign that's out that quickly is fixed with a new bulb or battery.
Sure.
But going forward, I think, hopefully, getting us into more of these buildings, building our fire prevention program is only going to help.
Okay. And then the last question, just, saying we're investing $200,000, if we said, Jimmy, we're going to invest $200,000 to make this township safer, do you think this is the best way to do it?
It's a great step going forward. I think your $200,000, there's initial buying cost. We need a vehicle, we need equipment, we need firefighting gear. So that's the one-time upfront number. And then going forward every year, we have salary benefits.
Right.
But adding another person on the street 24/7 is well worth it.
Cool. Thank you.
Commissioner McComb.
Yeah, I'd like to just reiterate what others have said. I think it's impossible to overstate how important it is to have as many inspections as possible. As you pointed out, Chief, a lot of those new apartment buildings are in my ward in Ballackinwood, and thank God, knock on wood, we don't have a lot of experience with fires there, but you have people, you have so many opportunities for things to be fire hazards, so anything that can reduce that risk, make it safer, has my full support. So, thank you.
Commissioner Churchill.
Thank you. First, I'd like to thank the commissioners. We've had a longer discussion on fire inspections tonight than we've had probably in 10 years. So thank you very much. I think that most commissioners will support this additional fire marshal. Just as a point of information, how many offices or how many commercial units are there in Lower Merion?
Roughly 2,400 commercial properties in the township.
Okay, so before this, it would take 3 years to inspect all the properties, and this will be cut in half. So that is good news. I think that where I'm coming from is I hope that we add a new fire marshal, and next year I would like to see a timeline on when inspections are made so that the board can develop a policy for inspections for a fee. So I'm just saying in 2024, I would hope, I'm not stepping on Commissioner Bernheim's chairmanship, but on fire, but I would like to see a timeline for that if the rest of the commissioners deem it worthy. So thank you.
Commissioner Churchill, you've been a voice for additional inspections for a long time.
And now we have a majority.
Yes.
Thank you.
Other commissioners? Seeing none, any concerns about the proposed increase in a full-time deputy fire marshal? Manager McNeil, I see no objections. Jimmy, thank you very much for your presentation and answering of questions.
Thank you for listening.
Next up is our longtime police superintendent, Mike McGrath.
Good evening.
Accompanied by 2 captains and a lieutenant.
Yes, indeed. So for the police department, notable goals in 2024. Of course, last year we added our first electric vehicle to the fleet. It's been utilized as a pool vehicle in our investigations unit. We are adding another EV this year, and we'll continue to work with the fleet department to evaluate appropriate hybrid and EVs for future use throughout the department. We're also continuing to focus on improving our use of force and de-escalation techniques training in high-stress situations, utilizing both our virtual reality training platform as well as hands-on training. We will also be continuing our pedestrian safety and traffic calming efforts throughout the township, including reviewing the traffic calming policy, along with other options besides speed humps to improve safety. As far as the percentage increase in the proposed budget, The 2024 proposed budget is 7.1% higher than the 2023 estimated actual, and the 24 proposed budget reflects a 9.1% increase over the 23 adopted budget. The dollar amount difference from the 23 adopted budget to the 24 proposed budget is $2,597,000. This is primarily due to the additional 4.75% compensation approved after the 2023 budget was adopted, as well as the 2024 increase of 3.5%. In terms of significant changes or new investments, we have no new significant major equipment purchases planned next year. The budget amounts in our equipment budget include ballistic vest replacements, cameras, AED, and medical equipment, and an additional canine to replace retiring canine. There is a significant cost of about $36,000 to replace a UPS system in a comm center. That's an uninterruptible power system. In terms of reduction in spending, there's a small decrease in the budget category covering overall training. Some of that is related to police academy training based on our hiring history. Increases are seen in overall compensation, as Eric noted, due to the contractual pay increases. Also, overtime to address personnel shortages due to the persistent problem with the low number of applicants for open police positions. Associated with that is an increase in the advertising based on our need for multiple recruitment campaigns each year. It also impacts our professional services expenses, which is higher in order to run multiple entry-level tests. Additionally, extra duty details have increased significantly, adding to the police budget. However, that additional cost is completely offset by charging back the cost of the police services to the requesting entity. Our communication expenses have increased slightly due to an increase in leased landlines for the police-related communications network. In terms of staffing levels, we are currently standing at 125 of our budgeted 136 officer strength. There are also 17 officers currently eligible to retire. All current non-police positions are currently filled. Recruitment, as you've heard from us before, has become an everyday activity in the department and will continue to be for the foreseeable future. We have no proposed staffing changes in 2024. In terms of policy direction and guidance, for the purpose of operational deployment and a variety of program and policy decisions, the department requests a direction from the board on the number of sworn positions it intends to fund in 24 and going forward. The current number of vacancies is less than it was this time last year when it stood at 14. Until 2021, our recruit classes have averaged around 5 or 6 at a time. However, in previous years, the department has had classes of 21 hired in the late 1970s, class of 19 in 1987, and 2 consecutive years in the mid-90s of classes of 15 officers. I think we're all aware the causes of this current situation are twofold. First, the pandemic eliminated one full academy class cycle for us to hire and train new officers. We're still trying to catch up with that. Secondly, like other job markets, law enforcement nationwide is finding it extremely difficult to find people to fill our open positions. Departments nearby and across the nations are reporting the lowest number of applicants received in many decades. Because of the number of positions unfilled at this time, we no longer have a sufficient number of officers to put out a full bicycle unit in our commercial areas. Along with officers previously assigned to the bike patrol, officers assigned to highway enforcement have been redeployed to patrol platoons to ensure efficient sufficient numbers of personnel to provide day in, day out essential police services to the community. Having an idea of the number of officers that will be available will help us determine which services to prioritize as we move forward. And we are available for any questions you may have.
Thank you very much, Superintendent. Most officers are trained in bike, usage of bike for bike patrol, isn't that correct?
I wouldn't say most, but a fair number are within each of the platoons. And even though we don't have a full-time bike patrol, you've seen some bike patrols in your neighborhoods based on availability and different needs during the course of the year.
Time of year. Right, thank you. Questions or comments from commissioners for the superintendent or to captains and lieutenant? Commissioner McComb.
Thank you, Commissioner Zell. Just I want to make a comment. I know that the department has made a full court effort to recruit, and even though it sounds like we're stagnant, the sort of the disappointing thing is that we've brought in officers, and the officers that I've met that have come in are terrific, but we're losing excellent officers to the FBI, DEA, who knows that they come from Lower Merion, they're well trained, well supervised. So it's a hard situation. It's like we're the feeder for the bureau or something. But it just seems so critical because I know there's an interest in community policing, and I know that you're doing all that you can. But not having highway enforcement, I know that all of us get regular complaints about speeding. There was a terrible accident on Bryn Mawr Avenue 2 weeks ago. Some non-resident came flying, single accident, out of control, barely missed a couple kids and crashed into a wall. And it's like, without radar, we're sort of hamstrung. So I know you're doing all that you can, but I will support you in terms of any recruiting efforts that you can take to get that number up so we can get into community policing and bicycle patrols and particularly highway enforcement, because I think it's just a critical matter for all of us.
And you will see this month there'll be a request for another recruitment test.
Okay. Thank you.
That's coming.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Other commissioners? President Sinai.
Thank you very much, Superintendent McGrath, for that presentation and for everything you and the entire Lower Merion Police Department do for this community. Do you envision a significant improvement in our ability to recruit, given what's out there?
The numbers I see and talking to other police executives, it's pretty stagnant for the last 2 years. We're not seeing big increases. But I can say, due to the fact that I've done this for a while, I've seen peaks and valleys over many decades. So there'll be a change. Whether that's going to happen in the next 18 to 24 months, I don't know. But I think we'll see returns to people having some interest in applying for police positions.
I mean, it strikes me that the overhang of positions we still need to fill and the positions that might open up through just normal retirement and poaching by other agencies of our well-trained officers, recruiting full steam ahead is like the only thing that we can be doing right now. And in any question of what staffing levels are, is just not really binding this year, right? Like we just got to hire all the qualified people that we can. Certainly, in my perspective, this would be the direction I would be in favor of. And then you raise a separate question, which I think is probably a question for a different year, which is depending on what kind of staffing we authorize, you would say, hey, these are the services we can provide for the township. I would flip it around and have you tell us, here's the staffing levels that the department would need for whatever the objectives that the board and the township have in terms of the kind of policeman we want. But again, it doesn't seem like we're anywhere close to that, right? So we just need to hire, and then once you see what we're able to get and whether this hiring environment has improved, then we can start having those conversations about what you can do and you have a little more degrees of freedom.
Just to give you an update in that regard, so there was a class or a test given in May. There are currently 15 people in the process right now going through backgrounds. If we're lucky, if you get 50% of those get through, that's good. So we'll have to see how that, that's the last spring test. We're asking for a test this fall, early winter, to allow us to hire again, next July. So, the cycle is every 6 to 8 months you're looking to do a class. We've increased. We've actually brought in a second police academy. It's always been in existence. Temple runs a police academy. We utilized their schedule, which is a little bit different than Montgomery County's. The fact that we're doing 2 tests a year tries to keep up with that. You did hear some numbers from prior years that there have been larger amounts of open positions. We don't want to be like that. We've always been much better when we're in a situation of only looking at a class of 5 or 6 people, both from standpoint of providing services and be able to train them properly to take up, these jobs. So that's the goal. But, we're in that situation. The pandemic obviously has impacted every industry in the country, and other things have impacted law enforcement. So we're facing those situations and doing the best we can to address them.
Yeah, it's tough out there, and I know the department's working extremely hard because I think we all see it everywhere in terms of the advertisements and the attempts to recruit. Thank you very much. Thank you, Commissioner Zoloff.
Commissioner Stevenson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Superintendent, thank you for your report. As one of my colleagues talked about, one of the issues that that is a major conversation and concern is traffic safety. And I know that we talked about the recruitment piece, but is there anything we can do to support with what we have? I know that, as you know, our Board of Commissioners does not prescribe to a financial diet here in relationship to police. We want to make sure that we provide whatever resources are necessary. Is there something that we need to be supporting your organization in relationship to making sure that you have those things in lieu of while you're doing your recruitment?
Well, in terms of your first point about traffic safety, the police side of things is obviously enforcement, although we have educational programs, outreach in that regard as well. The ability to have enough time and resources to address enforcement basically comes down to the number of officers available and the amount of time they have to do that specific task. So that always comes down to how many officers we have in the police department. You are budgeting for, full staffing. Right now, we're in a situation we're not able to fill all those positions. If we increase and get back up to those numbers, we have more time for traffic enforcement. We did a program some 15 years ago where a year goal was to actually decrease the accident rate in the township by 10%. We did a real focused enforcement program, and we showed it worked. The numbers came down. But you can't do that without the available resources to do so. And let's be realistic too. We're all hearing the same complaints, and people's driving behavior has changed and become more aggressive. It's just not in the Philadelphia region. We know this is everywhere. And I think it's incumbent on all of us to point that out, that this is your neighborhood you're driving in, our neighborhoods. You have to be safe. You need to be smart about how you handle your vehicle. So it's a combination of all those things.
So thank you for that. And having said that, does the leadership of the police department have I guess the question is the resources for the planning piece? So like if let's say we meet our target in 6 months, to have a plan or a strategic plan in place where that can immediately be implemented if you have those things in place.
For traffic enforcement,
yeah,
you're referring to? Yeah, things that we've used in the past, it was referred to with radar. Pennsylvania is so behind with regard to providing tools for law enforcement to address speeding. It's ridiculous. And I don't see it changing in the near future. I hope we get radar and laser measurement that would significantly increase our ability to increase speed enforcement. But we do have various programs with what is available. Again, it comes down to the resources and time to be able to do it.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Superintendent. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Grimes.
Actually, thank you, but Commissioner Stevenson asked my question.
Very good. Other
We
commissioners?
may get out here at 9 too.
I'll try it. Commissioner Churchill.
Yes. I'd like to just ask a question about your program for public outreach. I don't know if you're increasing your budget or decreasing. I don't know if you're going to be having your Coffee with a Cup program going in 2024. And I would also say that we're going to have a number of new commissioners, and if they're afforded the opportunity to go through and observe what, I don't know what the program was that commissioners were able to at least understand more about police training. Would you care to comment? Are we increasing,
Certainly.
decreasing?
In reverse order, yes, that the program is available ongoing now for current commissioners. It's an overview of our training program. It certainly will be made available for new commissioners next year. In terms of outreach, after the pandemic, we've gone back to with Coffee with a Cop programs. We had already started up our Citizens Police Academy. We are right now recruiting people who would like to attend the new academy coming up. So those are back in place. We have a ride-along program where residents can sign up and pick a day, a time that they want to ride along with a police officer, choose the neighborhood, maybe the neighborhood they live in, or maybe they want to see some other part of the township. So that's been in place and it's back up and running. We have outreach programs all day long in the schools. Everything that was cut back because of COVID have been restarted and are available.
That's what I wanted to know, if there was an increase or decrease, so thank you.
Commissioner McCann.
Thank you. I just wanted to commend the Lower Merion Police and Superintendent McGrath on the recruiting efforts. I mean, I know it's a very difficult environment. Some of us see it in the private sector. You hire someone, the first day of work, they just don't show up. With the police, from what I understand, there's a test that people have to sign up for in advance, pay for it in advance, and you have about 50% of the applicants actually show up to just even take the test. So in that kind of environment, and I don't want to make light of the fact that we only have 125 officers in our authorized complement, but with a complement of 136. I think it says a lot for the police department that you were able to reduce the number of vacancies over the past year. The complement went from 122 to 125, so we've increased the police, and I thank you for that. It's a lot better than we're coming out here with bad news saying we're down to 110 this year, or we're down to 108. So thank you for getting that number up to 125, and I recognize it's important to keep increasing that number, and we have 17 eligible to retire next year, so there's certainly going to be challenges, but thank you for what you've been doing.
Commissioner O'Neill.
Thank you, Commissioner Zoloff. Thank you so much for the presentation and for your service. I have a question about the background checks that you mentioned earlier and the rate of success of 50%. What do you attribute in the results when you're getting them back? Is there a pattern that everybody's failing the same category of things? Is that how do we overcome that to decrease the yield?
There isn't necessarily a pattern. We do a very extensive background investigation. You want to make sure you have obviously people with the appropriate level of integrity and record to show that before you give them the powers of a police officer. So you find issues with integrity once you go into their backgrounds. You find issues. If there's any sign of aggression or mistreatment of others in the workplace, those kind of things, that's not consistent, but there's ones we see from year to year. So if there's, if say 5 out of 10 are failing at that level, there are probably 5 different reasons. So it isn't necessarily consistent, but over several years, you'll see similar things.
Thank you.
Other commissioners? Superintendent, does the department need any additional pole-mounted speed indicators or speed trailers? Since traffic safety is a common theme, and I know we've asked you that in years past. In the long run, they're relatively inexpensive, and they have some, they have an impact. not necessarily become permanent. If they're permanent, they lose impact. But
Right.
to be moved around the township upon request and in appropriate areas, it makes a difference.
So we have two different types of speed awareness devices. And some are on trailers, which we can put in certain locations, and others are pole mounted. And you're limited, you need obviously to have a place where they can get some power. We do move them around because, as you just noted, if you leave them there, they become background noise to people and they don't see them after a while. And that's been proven by our research. So we've added over the last several years that number. You have to keep in account that there's time and cost of moving them and how much time you have to do that. So there's a point where you have too many. So I think we're at the right number at this point.
Great. Okay. I'm seeing no other questions or comments from commissioners. Superintendent and captains and lieutenant, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up is our library director, Lynn Williamson. Did I do that? Did I skip Chris?
Yep.
Okay. We're not going to skip Chris. Lynn, false alarm. We're going to go to our director of building and planning, Chris Lesser.
Lynn was up and ready to take.
Yes, I see that. She was hoping that it was not a mistake.
As a vote of confidence, you want to skip my presentation.
Let's do every other one.
Good evening. The goals for the Building and Planning Department this year are going to sound very familiar because our goals mirror your priorities. They include economic development, which really includes revitalizing our commercial areas. Major focus on that is implementing the Ardmore Master Plan. Major project that we're going to be taking on next year, of course, is the Ardmore Green Project. It's creating a big park in the middle of Ardmore. But we'll also be extending that to the streetscape throughout the Ardmore commercial area, continuing to work with the Ardmore initiative on other elements of improving the built environment of the Ardmore commercial area. We'll also be taking the same approach and applying it to the other commercial areas across the township, including City Avenue, where we're working on greening, retail recruitment, and coordinating with large property owners. We're also working on a lot of efforts with historic preservation in our goals. One is to update the township's historic resource inventory. This isn't just one action. There's a lot of small sub-actions in updating the inventory. Our inventory is about 25 years old. We need to make sure it's absolutely correct. A lot of it was done over time. We're updating it. We're also making the database completely accurate. You're going to be seeing that over the next several months and going into next year. Bringing together just simple address changes as things have changed, properties have been demolished, keeping that up to date. But we have a larger goal of making sure that we have a very robust online interactive map with that. That's something that we're working on, and we want to be able to have forward that any resident can go and click on that map, look at the property. We have a lot of the records here that we've gathered, and also work from the Lower Merion Historical Society to be able to tell people what these houses are, what is that history that we have. We would use it for a regulatory, as a regulatory tool and also as an educational tool. We'll also be completing the scenic viewshed study. This is something that's currently underway. And the first part of this study is to identify scenic viewsheds worthy of preservation. The second, more difficult part is determining how to preserve them. This is a code update. We'll be bringing that forward and working on that next year. We're also exploring the concept of traditional neighborhood developments. We called this neighborhood conservation districts during the comprehensive plan. This is to create smaller historic district-like type elements, areas where individual neighborhoods that have a unity of architecture, we can preserve that architecture without having to make them into historic districts. A lot of times we find that the idea of making something a full historic district becomes onerous to the people within that district. We want to be able to get all of the benefits with it and be able to get some of that buy-in. So we're working on that for historic preservation. We're continuing to work with Public Works and Traffic Safety on bicycle and pedestrian mobility. A key element of this is working with Montgomery County Planning Commission on an active transportation plan. We continue aggressive code enforcement. I want to thank the board for past drafts. Over the last couple of years, we've added 2 key members to our staff, one an assistant zoning officer and then another housing officer. That is freeing up those staff members now to be proactive. We're just not going out and addressing concerns, but we're seeing what's the cause of those concerns. So we'll be able to modify some of our codes next year with the other code updates that we're continuing with noise, lighting, bamboo, code updates for affordable housing, general cleanups. We have a new zoning code and we're seeing how that's shaking out. Some of the elements relating to institutional uses need to be refined. So we're constantly very busy with that. And we're also working on affordable housing. I know several members of the board were on a call earlier today with the Affordable Housing Committee, continuing to work on Ardmore House and other elements of updating affordable housing. Our 2023 budget was $4,690,000. Our EA for the year was $45,000 more than that, so we're pretty much right on budget. Next year's budget is $4,962,000, which is a $272,000 increase. This increase is almost exclusively due to employee salaries and benefits going forward. I'm happy to say for this year, there are no new requests for staffing. In the last couple of years, we've asked for staffing and you've granted it, and we're very much appreciative. We don't need any new staffing this year. But I would like to bring to your attention a couple requests to help implement some of the goals. I think we need some additional resources, and I wanted to bring these out for discussion this evening. The first is a request for $40,000 for a plan for the Ardmore commercial area streetscape. Next to the Schofield Green project, the streetscape was the area that is the most image setting and functional of that area. If anybody's walked in downtown Ardmore, you see we have a very mature streetscape. It was put in about 25 years ago, and you're seeing that we have a number of large trees. That's great, but the trees are getting older, and the trees are starting to heave some of the sidewalks, and they're heaving some of the bricks, and over time, that's going to need to be replaced. When that streetscape first went in, it was new. It was easy to do. A new streetscape is in, you don't have a lot of things to work around. Well, now, whatever we do, we want to work around those trees. And we want to make sure that we have plans in place that those trees not only stay, but they thrive, and we can add more trees to it. We need to understand how to repair what we have, and then also to be able to improve that going forward. So that's a request for $40,000 to be able to do this. We will be partnering with the Ardmore Initiative to do this. But one of the things that we've realized with that existing streetscape that we have now, it didn't come with a maintenance and operations plan. And it's gotten so far that we need to get that maintenance and operations plan built back into this while we want to do new streetscape improvements. We don't want to start from scratch. That doesn't make any sense. We have to retrofit what we have, and that's what this request is for. We're also want to start a pilot project for storefront revitalization implementation grants. Over the years, the township's worked with the Ardmore Initiative, and we've had several improvements to commercial facades. Many of these have also been required when an applicant comes forward for a harbor approval. And next to some of the major redevelopment projects, this has changed Ardmore and our commercial areas as much as anything. A great example of this is the corner of Station and Lancaster and Delisa Chocolat. That used to be the Radio Shack. The Radio Shack had an old tire awning around it, and it had stickers in the window. You couldn't see inside. When that went before HARB, they were required to remove the stickers. They were required to put in good awnings. They were required to meet our standards. And that didn't go through land development. That wasn't one that the board really got to see, but those changes that were required at that level were so important. We see different developers and property owners coming in to make some of those investments going forward. We would like to have a pilot project of $25,000 to help some of those commercial property owners throughout the township. And this is a pilot project. We want to see if it works. We would establish the criteria for minimum, maximum grants, who would be eligible, and then be able to report back next year to see how that went along. But we'd like to be able to distribute some of that because we see some of these small targeted funds can make a really big difference. We don't always have to wait for the redevelopment of a property to do it. Another one that is very small that we're asking for is another pilot project. Is the township has a TDM policy. Our TDM policy is traffic demand management. We always talk about that there's too much traffic in the township and how can we reduce unnecessary automotive trips. We're looking for $5,000 as a pilot project to provide wayfinding signage, bike racks, small benches in the public right-of-way of commercial areas to support economic development and our transportation demand management policy. Once again, as some of these properties turn over, township staff has a relationship with some of these business owners. They're willing to put some of these improvements in, but we don't have any teeth to make them put it in. But if all of a sudden we said, well, we have that bench, we have that bike rack, would you put it in while you're doing the improvement? They would. These are projects that don't go through the land development process. So they're voluntarily put in by the property owner, that having some of these resources can make a big difference. For instance, if we're trying to reduce people driving to some of our commercial areas and somebody wants to ride a bike, and if you can't park your bike, much like if you can't find a place to park in a commercial area, you don't go, or you would ride your car. And so that's why we'd like this $5,000 as a small pilot project to do that. Even going smaller as a request, we're looking for $2,500 to have in reserve for a lighting consultant. Next year we'll be updating our lighting ordinance, and we're going to need to test it. And there will need to be some things done in the evenings, and we just want to be able to have a little bit of money in reserve to be able to cover that, instead of having that be an unbudgeted expense. The other one that I would like to bring forward tonight is part of the theme that we've been hearing about updating township operations and technology throughout it. I'm kind of glad I'm following a lot of other discussion of this. The township has a GIS system, Geographic Information Systems. We've had it for about 20 years. The township is one of the first communities to adopt it. And it's used by building and planning, it's used by public works, it's used by police, fire comes in and utilizes as well. We could use it much better, and one of the issues that we're having with it is it's an older legacy system. And one of the frustrating things about software sometimes is with a legacy system, you try to hold on to it as long as you can, but it gets to the point where the vendor says, we're not going to support that anymore, and you have to go in and redo a new one. Well, we know we're going to have to do that, but one of the things that we would like to do is do an assessment of how we use it in the organization so we're most efficient. One of the expensive parts of this software is the license for each of the people to use it, and then the credits that you have to do. We want to be able to audit how we use it in the organization so we can maximize that and not have unnecessary licenses or not have just the right amount. And we want to be able to make sure that we get the right amount of software. A good example of how we're already at the point where this isn't quite working well is Commissioner Grimes routinely points out that where is the historic resource database online? Well, that's in an old access database that isn't currently supported by our GIS. We want to be able to do that. And there's also so many more things that we can do with GIS. We've mentioned in different presentations earlier that we're working across the board and working with each other. We want to be able to get in, and GIS is that one system that ties into permitting, it ties into what Public Works is doing, it ties into building and planning, and the whole idea of GIS is to see how all of these different systems interrelate together. So we're seeking $55,000 for that audit and that recommendation to be able to update all of that. Now, part of that will be done later in the year. The first part of that will be staff work there's no cost to that will be led by our assistant township manager, bringing all the different departments together, and I'll use that word that we talked about last year at the budget, de-siloing. We want to be able to make sure that everybody is working together and that we're highly efficient together in working on this. And then as we come out of that, we'll put together the program for that. It may not be $55,000, but that's the estimate that we currently have. I think that's the high end of it, but I think you need to be able to plan for that because in 2026, that software will stop, and we need to be in a position to be able to update that. So I'm happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you very much, Chris. And one of the things we talked about extensively a year ago was code enforcement and conditions of approval enforcement. And you touched on that, and glad that additional capacity in enforcement has made a difference. It seems like we're making progress. We have further to go, but we're making progress. Right. One of the lines you have in your goals is expand frequency of rental housing inspections ongoing. A subset of rental housing is student licensed housing. And you and I have spoken about that as a goal to have annual inspections at student licensed housing. Have you been able to get there?
We're really close.
Good.
We're really close. I know that, this season with the new students moving in, this is the season of students moving
It
in.
is.
We shift resources to that. Now that we have 2 housing inspectors that work very well together, they're staying on top of that.
Good. I look forward to when you can tell us that you've achieved that goal. Thank you. Commissioners with questions or comments? Commissioner Grimes.
So, yeah, I've got a few comments. First, Chris, let me thank you and admire your enthusiasm in all of the programs and objectives that you've listed out in your presentation now. It shows that you and your staff are working on constantly trying to keep ahead of what the needs are for building and planning. I will comment on some of these things, all of which I certainly would pretty much endorse. I think the numbers that you put out for the proposed new programs are a lot for at least me to absorb tonight. And, could be possibly, without trying to tread on Chairman Zelov's turf, could be the subject of a lot of conversation potentially. But, I hope at some point we'll get those numbers, because I don't think we've gotten them drawn out
I can certainly
yet.
circulate that.
In terms of things, I agree with you, the historic inventory update, important. You touched on the issues that we have now of not having the historic inventory available online, which we've discussed before, and I know staff is working on that. I think we've also discussed in other times in this board how it's difficult for some people who own these historic properties, particularly those who buy properties that are historic, to know that they're on the registry, especially if they can't access information readily online. So that's important. The facade program, I had occasion to discuss that or get information from Jillian recently because people in Gladwin are enthusiastic about trying to use that program in Gladwin Village. So I only mention that because I think that letting everyone know through in all the township's business areas would be helpful and important to the extent they may not know about it. And again, Jillian provided us meeting myself and the other Gladwin commissioners with information. I think others would like that. Other commissioners might want that as well. Code enforcement, I agree. I have had needs in the last few months, and your staff, Ernest and Scott, have been very good at getting back and in checking things out, and that's much improved. The only other thing I want to mention, which you and I discussed in an email exchange, is an updating of our township historical code. And maybe you might want to just comment on that. That is something that we've discussed previously in public meetings, and I know some residents are looking forward to that happening. So maybe you can comment on whether that will be something also that will be worked on in the next year. So I'll turn the floor over to you, but again, thank you for the program, and subject to your presentation and subject to getting more information on the numbers. It certainly sounds like most, if not all, of those things are things I could support.
And I apologize if I glossed over the depth of what we're trying to do with the Historic Resource Code update. It's a series of small, individual, targeted pieces. A big key piece of that is the viewshed study. So that'll cover historic objects and viewsheds. The inventory is first going through and cleaning up what we have. Right? That's the most important thing. With our GIS program, if what we're looking at is, one of the things that we've heard from the board is looking at Class 2 resources. We can't do that analysis till we really have the inventory in the GIS so we can run that. Some of these other elements, we're continuing to bring them forward. You will be seeing almost every 3 months, I think, a pack of changes, and a lot of those will be historic coming forward. So there are small individual ones. There isn't one magic historic code that you have, but it's a lot of small ones. And I really have to give credit to my staff, and each member of my staff. You mentioned Jillian Dirks earlier, you mentioned Ernest Pendleton. Greg Pritchard owns historic preservation. That's a great, we'll just go back and use a football analogy. That was a great draft pick that we had years ago by this board when we added that staff member. Greg now has grown into this position and understands the code intimately. He understands the inventory intimately. And bringing this forward, he's kind of a master of that, and he's now got his handle on that, and we'll be bringing this forward to make sure that that is fully functioning and goes something where I don't think we ever expected it to go. But it's in the details.
Thank you, and thank you, Commissioner Zeller.
Other commissioners with questions or comments? President Steiner.
Thanks, Commissioner Zeller. And just briefly, Chris, thank you for that presentation. I just wanted to support what you asked for your feedback on the streetscape improvements, the facade improvement, the benches, bike racks, TDM, subject to Commissioner Grimes' good point about getting it substantiated. I think these are all important. And they're important, I think, part one of the things that I think I imagine the board is mindful of is that when we're looking at these initiatives that are being brought forward and what's being put into the budget, some of them are back of house things or things that make the township run more efficiently or productively, right? They're perhaps the GIS thing. They are the human resources database, things like that. And others are front of house things, right? There are things that are resident facing that affect the lived experience of our residents in the township. I think it's important that we be mindful that a good mix of these initiatives are front of house, right? They're actually improving the experience for our residents. I think of no better example of that. Well, there've been lots of good examples of that tonight, but I think the streetscape and the facade improvements and these targeted incentives to improve the streetscapes in our downtowns, it's a great example of that. So I'm excited to hear about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner McComb.
Thank you, Commissioner Zell. Chris, thanks for the presentation. I do think I can support the propositions you brought forward. 2 points in particular. You start off with a comment about economic revitalization and sort of the efforts of Ardmore. I think they've been successful and they're good. I think it's now time to turn our attention to Bala-Cynwyd. Bala Avenue in particular is sort of at the tipping point. We've spent a lot of time on approving Cross Properties application for an extension. We're cautiously optimistic that they'll go forward with it, but there's a good chance they won't. But whatever Cross Properties does, at the same token, there are too many vacant stores and shops on Bala Avenue. I've worked closely with City Avenue Special Services District. They have a landscape master plan, primarily on the City Avenue part of the district that really covers just a tiny bit of Bala Avenue. But there's also a newly formed 501c3 organization called the Bala Avenue for the Arts, in which I'm involved. Commissioner Kramer is one of the leaders of that. The point is to revitalize Bala Avenue. We have done pop-up art installations. This Sunday we're doing an arts walk from 1 to 4. But the point is to kind of drive interest in this as an arts and cultural destination, to kind of focus people on Bala Avenue as a place to visit, as an amenity, something to walk to. Bala Avenue, thanks to Donna, the pickleball courts are a huge success. So we're seeing signs of life on Bala Avenue. It's encouraging. But what I would ask is that your department allocate $25,000 for further work on that in terms of planning, what can be done to further the business interest to make it that arts and cultural destination. We think there's a great return on investment. But Ward 9 is an economic engine for the township. We all know that. A huge portion of our revenue mercantile tax comes. But to keep it functioning the way it should, it needs to function on all cylinders, and that includes like the smaller businesses on Bala Avenue. And there's widespread community support. Just this morning I spent 3 hours with George Manos and a representative from the City Avenue Special Service District, and we walked up and down and we did art installations of vacant windows. And we all love George Manos, but it took longer than it should. George was adjusting each piece of art in each window, but it was great. And we're truly excited about the Arts Walk on Sunday, and I think that this is the point where a little bit of investment of township money could pay off in terms of generating revenue for the township in a good way. So that's my first point. The second point is I'm very interested in the code enforcement part. I think the staff has done a great job. Tree Roberts, Scott, Ernest Pendleton, but it's something that always needs attention because there are people who just don't really pay attention to the rules, and I think sometimes enforcement has to be kind of swift and sure, the way we're talking about parking and the job Jerry Adams has done, but it needs to just be a constant presence for lots of people, and I think you have the right staff, and I'm fully supportive of all their efforts. So thank you, and thank you, Commissioner Zella.
Commissioner Gilda Kramer.
Thank you. I fully support Commissioner McComb's request for the $25,000 to be used towards arts planning and implementation for Bala Avenue. There is a broad, active coalition of community members who are very interested in the economic revitalization and turning this area into an arts and culture destination. There are dozens and dozens of people. We have dozens of artists even participating in our first, our art walk on Sunday. This money could be used for planning for an arts district. It could be used for public art planning for the extension of the trail, which Bala Avenue of the Arts has talked about as a possibility. We've discussed it with the Friends of the Kenwood Heritage Trail also. It could be used for creating a gallery and or performance space for exhibits. It could be used for programming to support the economic development there. It could be used for pop-up strategies and activating some of the many vacant storefronts on Bala Avenue. And it could start to transform the economy of this largely dead commercial area. And it also could be used for potentially for a matching grant if Bala Avenue of the Arts is lucky enough to have a possibility of a Commonwealth grant for the Creative Communities Commonwealth grant. We've met with the director of that program, and we've been working towards positioning ourselves to be able to obtain potentially a grant from the Commonwealth to work on creating an arts and culture destination on Bala Avenue. So these are all the many different ways in which building and planning could use this money in a way that would tremendously benefit the community and help with the economic development in Bala Kenwood. On the other hand, I also wanted to mention that I support all of the other initiatives that you've suggested.
Commissioner McKeon?
Thank you. I, too, support this $25,000 funding for Bala Avenue. I mean, if we go back historically, in the recent past anyway, there was the NOVA efforts, there was our zoning code, and at the end of the day, I think it's still a very stagnant area. This is a very unique area with a lot of historical buildings, special buildings. You've got a lot of resident interest in the area. So I think the potential is really there. And we haven't, while there's been a few little successes here and there, we've never really been able to unlock it. And seeing a plan like this may be what finally pushes it over, where we actually do revitalize the stagnant area and unlock that potential. And it's a very modest cost in the grand scheme of things. So it's something I fully support.
So a proposal has been made and supported by, spoken about by 3 commissioners. So the concept of arts planning and implementation, I think I understand, but I'm not sure. But isn't the first question to the staff is, does staff have capacity to do some work with the staffing that exists? There is almost no land development. We have a 28-person building and planning department. Most townships, many townships have 0 and contracted out. So we have a lot of capacity. And so I think that, I don't know how much Chris, you know about the concept of a Bala Avenue of the Arts. I don't know very much. This is the first time it's come up in a public meeting. So I guess I would say I'd prefer that staff first take a look at it to understand what their capacity is to do some analysis and some of the planning that has been mentioned. The other thing I would say is we spent a lot of time in the month of July on a vitality grant program. It seems like this is a logical initiative to seek one-time grant money in that program. So that's my reaction to what I've heard. Vice President Gavin?
Great, thank you. And so just to continue the discussion on the Bala, Avenue Arts, this is the first I heard about. Chris, when you said, did you say there's a $25,000 program for Bala Avenue?
I did not. That was introduced by Commissioner McComb and Commissioner Kramer. I've had conversations with them offline leading into this, so I'm certainly not being blindsided by this. They ran it by me, and it was something that came up too late to get into my budget requests. But it does make sense. I've had, to Commissioner Zeloff's point, I've had a chance to anticipate the question of, do we have capacity for this? And I think this is exactly why we have an economic development planner on board. And you can see what we've been able to do in Ardmore and kind of create that sort of identity of Ardmore, of what we're trying to do, of create a central space in the township. An arts district is a different type of strategy going forward. We would need some planning. We would need some outside resources to do that. But it's modest. And one of the good things about Bala, it's a very compact area. It's not nearly as big as Ardmore. It's not nearly as complicated. It's much more easier to implement. It's always been, a mini master plan for the Bala district has always been on our department's wish list of things to do. Moving it up now makes sense, particularly taking advantage of the resources coming forward from the community. I think we could do that and help to maximize what's out there.
So this is different from the storefront revitalization and the streetscape and all. This is totally
correct.
Okay, I was just a little confused. So from a process standpoint, it sounds like a great idea. It sounds like, if it can energize the community, it's wonderful for, for the area. But I'd want to see, before we say, hey, we're going to go ahead and do it, even though it's a small amount of money, I'd like to at least see the plan, see the process, like what goes through it. And I'm glad to hear that, that's something that's kind of on the radar screen for you, because I think that's an important step before the township just puts money behind something, that we have actually a plan and a process behind it. But, otherwise it sounds like, it's a valid idea. But I'd just like to see the plan before we say, yeah, let's go ahead and
Well, what I can do is I can circulate my comments from tonight that I had for these different points that was requested by Commissioner Grimes, and I'll do a write-up on the Bala piece as well for the board to take a look at.
Okay, great, thank you.
President Sinai.
Thank you, Commissioner Zeloff. So I guess it will come as no surprise to anyone, given my previous comments, is that if we're talking about investing in our streetscapes, it's generally something I support. It's important in the township, and Bala Avenue it certainly warrants investment, right? I think I would redirect a little bit in terms of how to organize this and get it to something that the board can evaluate. So the first is just to make sure, I hear this as distinct from, because we're putting something into a building and planning budget. I don't think we have, a practice in the building and planning budget of just taking building and planning budget and taking that money and putting it in a nonprofit. I think we have applications for nonprofit funding that's separate, right? This is for building and planning exercise. That's, getting into the weeds, that's not completely true, because we've put money into a city avenue special services district kind of joint effort, but building and planning staff was on that, right? Mm-hmm. And that was one of the conditions that we put into it. And I think, if you were to say, or if one was to say, hey, the same sort of stuff we've been talking about Ardmore, Ardmore is a good place to pilot it, it has a lot of bang for the buck, it has a lot of traffic, but Bala Avenue, also really needs it right now, needs a shot, and is also equally valid, and let's just broaden the scope of what we're thinking about in terms of the investing. I would feel comfortable with that, but this is about budgeting the things that are sort of staff directed, right? We as a board are hey, here's where we think you should dedicate your efforts. And I think we rely on staff to say, okay, here's how we think we should implement that. We set our priorities in the summer. Our priorities in the summer included, revitalizing our downtown areas. I think this is one of our downtown areas that need revitalization. I think it fits within the priority, but I think those priorities are guidance to staff. And I think, if staff comes to us and say, hey, we heard you, we have use for some money, we figured out how, we can broaden our thinking and include other parts of the township in this kind of revitalization effort that we'll do for next year when we need more funding for it. That to me is a way that one would frame this. In stuff that's specific to Bell Avenue, the arts and that organization, which is kind of like a civic association, would come in through the application mechanisms that you've already applied for, right? In at least from my perspective, parsing out that way makes some sort of procedural sense. Thank you.
Okay. Others? Commissioner Burnett?
Yeah, thank you very much, Commissioner Zeloff and President Sinai. I agree with you 100% as the process for this. So I think most people on this board know, I need to disclose, one of the principal vacant places on Bell Avenue being the movie theater. When I take off my commissioner hat, put on my attorney hat, I represent the owners. And through the years of trying to see what, if anything else, can be done with that property, those that have come through and taken a look, be it that property in that area, have not had a similar vision, as being presented by this nonprofit group. Maybe that's the way to go. Maybe that's the way that there actually is an interest to do something that's going to change somewhat of the personality of that area. But it appears that the process-wise is more along the line of what President Sinai is discussing before we say, all right, in building and planning, we're going to put money in this particular group for for this particular idea in that location. We need to know that that's what's going to work in the location first, as opposed to some ideas. I can already hear the people in Gladwin, in the Gladwin Village, saying, where's my $25,000 for this is what we would like to do in that area as well. So while I'm not trying to suggest at all that it's not a good idea, it may be a great idea, and that may be the way to go, I think that we need a little bit more understanding as to what it is before we just say, all right, in this particular group, whatever group it is, in whatever area it is, that we're going to give money in building and planning and work in that fashion. There's some cart before the horse.
Other commissioners? Commissioner Courtney?
Thank you, Commissioner Zeloff. I just thought I'd chime in here. I think arts planning in general is a great idea, a great way to revitalize Bella Avenue. I think $25,000 is sort of a nominal sum for what we might get in terms of a wonderful new amenity for the township, as well as businesses that don't currently exist here and the draw to our township from other places within the region. And if it works, I think Bella Ave is a great place to try this. And if it works there, I see no reason why you can't expand it to other parts of the township. That would also make sense. And then secondly, I think Ardmore Green is a great name. And I'm excited to hear again that is moving forward, and that that project will also lead into greening and improving the streetscapes in Ardmore.
We found Ardmore Green was much easier to spell than Schofield Plaza.
Certainly easier to pronounce.
Okay. I think everybody's had a chance to comment. Thank you very much, Chris, for your presentation.
Can I ask one question just as a point of how we move forward? So with all the requests that Chris lined out, do you want them to come back to you with more detail at a future finance committee, along with further information about Bella Avenue?
I didn't hear that request made. I didn't hear any
Commissioner
objection.
Grimes asked for more detail, and I think President Sinai kind of seconded that.
Oh, and then on the request that Chris made.
On the request that Chris made, and he said he also could write up something more substantial on the Bella Avenue.
Correct. Yeah.
So
I think
would you
that's
like
that's a separate. That's not
I
what
know
you're asking.
they're two separate things, but they're both. We've kind of all had comments on them, but then I'm kind of like, well, what do you want us to put in the budget?
Yeah,
So,
I think the same standard for all of them, right?
Okay.
We're looking for
So for
substantiation.
those items, you'd like additional detail, and you'd like to come back at a future finance committee before the proposed budget is introduced.
Yeah, either a finance committee or a BMP committee, in which, opportunity for presentation and questions by the committee members on the requests that Chris has made.
So,
Yes.
so does it need a separate meeting, or can it just be the next budget?
Well, we have a finance committee meetings, a couple in September, and then we have one in October, that basically everything that you want to basically decide to be in the budget has to be decided at those meetings. So I'm just trying to know from a process perspective so that the secretary can have her notes down and keep me to task in terms of, no, you have to have this done, you know, of where we're going. So, you know, it sounded like there was general consent to the initial items that Chris brought up, but also there were several commissioners who said, I'd like this kind of in writing rather than just reported back out to me. So we can do that. I'm just trying to get the sense from the board of, is that what you want?
Yeah, I think it's a quick agenda item.
Okay.
Yeah, either on the September 13th Finance Committee or October 11th.
There's also going to be a finance committee on September 20th, so we'll have another opportunity.
On September 20th.
Yeah, there will be an additional one.
Okay, we've got 3 choices.
So, okay, all right. I think we're clear. So you want both of these to come back, but one is as the staff request, one is separate to the Bell Avenue request, correct?
Well, on the second one of which the request was made this evening, it came from commissioners, not from staff. There's, I think, a clear desire for additional information.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay. All right. Now, our Director of Libraries, Lynn Williamson, with apologies for the false alarm earlier, or the false summoning to the table.
Good evening, everyone. So the first thing that I wanted to say is...
Lynn, I'm going to ask you to move the microphone closer so we can all hear better.
Can you hear me now?
Depends.
Yes.
Okay, the first thing I wanted to say
Yes, that's better.
Okay, is that I wanted to, as one of our residents said, the libraries don't toot our own horn enough. And so I'm tooting our horn because we got great grades in the National Citizen Survey. I just wanted to highlight for all of you, if you hadn't noticed, that we went from a 92% rating of excellent or good to a 90 in 2015 to a 98% of rating excellent or good in 2023. And I want to make sure that that was in the front of my presentation before I get to the ask. Right, okay. So in terms of goals, the 2 that I would highlight this evening are evaluating the Lower Merion Library System website. With a user experience advisory board, we've begun talking about how to assemble one of those of citizens and patrons to better understand how our website would be more useful to our patrons. And then the second one is to develop a robust communications plan incorporating newsletters, funding appeals, social media, and the website to make sure that all segments of the residents have easy access to library information. So my colleagues have illustrated for me that the template is to talk about increase. So our 2023 budget was $5,208,524, and we're asking for, in the 2024 budget, $5,381,215, which represents a little over a 3% increase. There are 2 asks in the packet that I think you have in front of you. One is for a children's library assistant for Bala Library. So I was unaware last year how dramatically the circulation has increased at the Bala Children's Room in particular in the last few years, even as we emerge out of the pandemic. And that department isn't as well staffed as the Ludington Children's Department, and really needs the support to handle just the reshelving and checking out, and also providing additional programs for working families on Saturdays. So I provided a sheet that highlights the circulation. Bala Children's Department actually shoulders about 22% of all of the circulation of Lower Merion libraries. And that's a pretty significant amount for a handful of part-time employees and one full-time employee. And then there's a graph on the second page that shows the gradual increase over the years from 2019 to year-to-date. And I ascribe that to changes in resident patterns, that an understanding that many young families have moved into the area, and we're definitely seeing them use Vallow Library. The second ask is for an increase in the number of hours that is currently allotted for a part-time director of development, to change that position to be a full-time position, which I'm kind of calling right now a development and communications specialist. In the spring, we did a series of focus groups with residents and different times and different places to get as much impact or input as we could. And one of the main things that we heard from residents was that they had suggestions for the great things that we could do, and many of those suggestions are things that we already do. And they were asking to get better information about the good things that we already do. So looking at a library system that's already functioning very highly, I think that marrying the development position, which I know that there's a lot of questions about, and hopefully support from you, continuing support for the part-time director of development position, marrying that with communications is a kind of natural way to leverage both of those skills, and to be able to explore market segmentation. This day and age, we all get hundreds of emails. How do we send our emails to people who are interested in the specific programs and materials that we're offering, and not just one blanket monthly newsletter that most people don't read? So that's the main core of what I'd like to do with this position. The numbers are in the packet. I'm going to endeavor not to be wordy and ask if you have any questions.
Okay, Lynn, thank you very much for your presentation. I'm going to ask a few questions and a few comments. The chart that shows gift comparisons by time period is very difficult to read. It's such small font. Okay. So, because when I look at it, I want to understand what the part-time development person, how much new money they raised. I think to attribute all fundraising to a relatively new position isn't quite right. That's not quite the way to look at it. Right? We just put this position in place after a lot of discussion and a close vote, I recall, 4 years ago. And we really haven't seen, that I recall, much reporting out on the funds raised, the new money raised, not what already comes in through the library board fundraising, the library board letters that go out, and other sources of funds that the library system would typically receive, including grant funds. So I'm a little bit skeptical, and I guess in terms of communications, it seems to me that one way to look at our library system is we have 6 neighborhood libraries, and that residents tend to go to the library that's closest or that they have a connection to. And I'm not sure that, as you call segmented marketing, is going to entice people to go to a further away library. Maybe it will. I'm a little bit skeptical of that. I think that if each library has capacity today to do communications, and I think they do it to reach the people that typically come to that library. And so this is something that I'm skeptical of. making this a full-time position. Also, you talk about training the local library boards. If there's a full-time development person, there's library board volunteers are going to have a lot less incentive to do fundraising. And so it's not hard for me to find this something that I can support. So thought I'd open with that and invite other commissioners to offer their comments and questions. Commissioner Bernhardt.
Thank you very much. And thank you for the presentation and all the information. Extraordinarily helpful. And I also like your lead off about our libraries, because they are absolutely unique, potentially second to none. And we always say how we always get the big complaints about traffic, but one of the biggest compliments we always get is about the libraries, and for cause. That being stated, to go ahead and enhance what we do is a good idea. So don't get upset at my first comment. Wait till the second or third. You'll be okay with it. I completely agree with Commissioner Zeloff. I had some hesitation when we hired this person part-time, and that's because our experience before with some fundraising, what occurred was when you look at the amount of funds that were raised and there was an outside group that did it, and the price that was paid to them, it was like next to nothing. It might have even been negative. So that's why there was a lot of hesitation on the board of putting in somebody part-time. So when I look at the numbers, and while Commissioner Zeloff, maybe I can't hear as well as he can, but I can see the numbers better than he does. From the chart, one of the numbers there is that there was an unsolicited number, which was the bulk of it, of $171,604, which is, the largest percentage of any of the contributions that were made. But if you keep that number in there, the 462,000 over the 6-year period, you're talking about, an average of, roughly $77,000. If you remove it out, and then you've got $290,000 and change being brought in, then that average is $48,492 a year, and we're already paying just this part-time person, $40,000. If we're going to go full-time and pay somebody $105 that's going to have different job tasks, I would rather you say to us, I need an additional $100,000 for some specific programs, because the funding's going to come in for the large part through the boards and some of the initiatives that already exist there. And if people who like libraries, and there are a lot that do, they're going to, with minimal notification, be willing to go ahead and fund it. And if not, then that becomes our job, all right? Because this is a great attribute and an amenity to the township. And as opposed to just having somebody on staff to try to raise money where the numbers aren't justifying that individual's cost, then that's something that ought to be part of our budget. And I think that's the better way of enhancing what the library does, as opposed to adding a person to gain money. We are able to do that in a different fashion. It's called taxes. And so, if need be, in order to support our libraries, which people like, then that may be a better way of doing it, and then have the funds for the programs that you want to have, not worried about having the libraries worried about getting additional funds elsewhere.
Let me just make sure that I heard you correctly. You're interested in, instead of, you're saying that you might be interested in giving the library more for its operations rather than for the director of development.
That's correct. I don't think it's a cost-effective way of raising funds. I don't think the numbers support it. It was a trial, concept that we, brought forth. I don't think it's economically justified itself. But if you're saying to us, we need to raise money to do X, tell us what X is and what it costs, and then we can do that differently.
Okay.
President Sinai.
Thank you, Commissioner Zeloff. So I see this somewhat differently than my colleagues. So first off, the thing that no one's mentioned, I completely support the children's library person. And I support the communications person who also does development. And I'm framing it that way because I think strong and coordinated communications by the library is often overlooked at being something that is extremely important for how libraries today, or any amenity, engages with really our very busy and not necessarily paying attention residents. That's one of the services we provide, is the outreach and the engagement, and I think you call the storytelling, right? That extends the reach of the libraries outside the library walls and sort of brings people in through communication. I think that is a critical function. And if you look at the position listing is develop and execute a comprehensive communication strategy, create compelling content, coordinate the library's online presence, monitor and analyze communication metrics to assess the effectiveness of communication efforts, and make data-driven improvements, right? I wholeheartedly support all those things. And to me, that in itself justifies a position. That position also gets to do development because, if you increase engagement and connection with your audience beyond the people who just like regularly come every single day, they are naturally going to give more. But like any fundraising person knows that people need to feel connected and engaged in order to opt in. And as a way of increasing engagement, communication is the gateway to getting there. So I think, in part, you have a development position that you're increasing to communications, and I think of it as, no, you need a communications position who is also just going to take over the development function. And I support that position. I think it's an important position. Thank you, Commissioner Zoff.
Vice President Gavin?
So I partially agree with President Sinai. I think the communications part is really important. And I think having somebody coordinating that communication, we hear all the time, all of these assets of the libraries, whether it's, everything from the junior rooms and the story times to the museum passes to, the baking pans to this and that. Unless you're in these meetings, unless you're really in the know, you don't know about that. And there are so many amazing resources, and the magazine subscriptions. I mean, there's so much out there. Having a communications kind of lead that can not only do things centrally, but also to Commissioner Zelov and Commissioner Bernheim's point, work with each of the individual libraries and have tailored communications for them, I think is hugely important. I don't know that it's a full-time role. And I think from what I've seen of communication specialists and development specialists, it is a different skill set. And you might not have that same person who's very good at coordinating this communication and creating a communication strategy also be able to do that development piece beyond kind of the basics of development and adding some lines, if you love the library, please, support the libraries, to do events, to do some of this innovative development. I don't think that's the same person. I would, and I haven't seen, and I agree with Commissioner Zelov and Commissioner Bernheim, I haven't seen success from the development role. As we look at these numbers in this chart, it hasn't gone up significantly. It's actually gone down the last few years. It's up from 2018, although netting it out, it's actually down, but there hasn't been this great increase, and we haven't seen, outside of a program or two, we haven't seen a huge success from that role. I'd much rather see that role in communications, and stick with what we're doing from development. And I think President Sinai's right, Commissioner Bernheim's right. Doing what we've been doing from the development side, and if we need additional funds, ask for funds for additional programming. It is one of the great assets of this township is our libraries. So I'd much rather see a part-time communications role, forgetting the development role, which I haven't seen the success in, and making that a communications role to centralize communications across the libraries.
Okay, Commissioner Grimes?
So I'm getting the sense that 14 commissioners, 14 different variants on opinions.
Maybe headed there.
And I'm going to contribute to that difference. I actually do see, I don't know that we've given the development director's role an adequate opportunity to fulfill the hope that we had for the position when we started it. We've had the pandemic, we've had other things, and I do think that there's benefit to keeping that role unless it's a clear loser, which I don't think it is at this point, and I'm willing to give that another year at least to see how it goes. I also agree with Vice President Gavrin that I believe that communications is a different skill set, and if communications is what's needed, then we should look at whether, first of all, whether there's capability. I mean, I'm thinking of other township departments, whether they have separate communications people, and I don't believe that they have people who do communications, but it's people from within the department that I'm thinking about. You know, at the risk of being wrong on that, I mean, you know, Parks and Recreation advertises a lot of different programs, but, and forgive me if I'm going to say the wrong thing, but I don't know that there's a separate person that does communications for Parks and Recreation yet. They could certainly get their word out to more residents of their good programs, but they work with what we have. I'm sort of, when I'm listening to the good comments by other commissioners, I'm sort of thinking about whether we ought to sort of think about, first of all, ask our public information officer for an opinion, and also our township manager, as to whether they feel that this is an additional skill set that we don't have in the library department that we ought to have, given that particularly other departments don't have this as well. So where I come out is yes on development, maybe on the communications, but I'd like to get sort of more information about whether we feel that position is necessary, and or whether more could be done. So that's where I am on it. But thank you, and realizing that you were not here for the initial discussions about development officer, I'm guessing you're getting a real education tonight. So thank you.
Other commissioners, Commissioner Gilda Kramer.
Thank you. First of all, I fully support the position for the Bala Cynwyd Library. And we went to a lot of trouble to find an excellent library director. And I think that if our excellent library director comes to us with a carefully thought out recommendation for what would make the system work better, we shouldn't all try to second guess it. We should give her the respect and the courtesy of supporting her request.
Other commissioners? Commissioner Sean Kramer.
Thank you. I fully support the additional Bala library person. I also would like to hear from Manager McNeely, if possible, tonight or at another point, about whether the Public Information Office could provide the communications support that the library is asking for. I'm sure that the Public Information Office would love not to have to do it, but I'm just curious about whether that could be supported in-house already.
I can answer that now. I mean, the real fact is, no, the PIO doesn't have the ability to do all of the communications and development communications that Lynn is talking about in this merged position. Mm-hmm. PIO already works with libraries to make sure that their big programs are posted and announced on our social media. But libraries have 6 different entities and 6 different sets of programs and 6 different sets of things going on. Yeah. And really to have somebody coordinating all that and getting that information out is beyond the scope of our one PIO, who has to do public information for all the other departments of the township, as well as run LMTV. So I think it's beyond that capability.
Okay.
To do what Lynn is asking to have happen here.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Because I do know that part of the strategic plan for the library system is to increase its communication capacity, right? Which sounds like, we might need staffing in order to do. So I'll say I'm a maybe on both of these parts of the role, and I'd like to get more information, and maybe we can talk about this at the next time go around. So with regard to development, I think the points are well taken, that the return on investment hasn't been significant enough, I think, yet. I know that there's external reasons for that, plenty of them. I think that one of the reasons that, and we've talked about this before, one of the reasons is that the library boards can use our development director, but they don't have to, right? Because they are all their own independent boards. And so we're giving them a free resource that they don't have to use. And I think that we've talked about this before, we need to have some sort of agreement that if we're going to provide you with this very valuable resource, right, that could really increase your fundraising capacity, you should be using it, or you could lose it, right? So, I have that question, right? How do we do that, knowing that the library boards are independent? And the other, the second part of that is that the LMLS Foundation doesn't have to use this person either for their development activities, and they're not really aiming for development activities currently. And that's another, we're leaving fundraising potential on the table in that regard too. So I think that if we were to renew the development director position, I would hope that we would have some kind of strings attached for the library boards and for the LMLS Foundation, so that that person can, their talents can really be maximized, right? And then the library funding can be maximized, which is what we would really want. So I'm not saying yes or no, I'm just saying that's what I would want to see firmed up more going as we go around. And then the second piece is around the communications piece. And I think that a couple people have talked about how when you have a development and communications person together, they tend to be really good at one part or really good at the other part, but not necessarily really strong in both. So I do have a question about, if like the person's going to do one or the other better, right? Probably, and which one is more important for us. So I'm just not sure how roles like that tend to actually play out in terms of their real returns. So, and I know we've talked about that before. Like, can we get more information about what a development/communications person in real life, how they really deliver? So just looking for more information as we go along in that regard. Not to second guess you, but just to flesh out what the person would really do.
I did want to highlight the last page in the packet is a chart from the Chronicle of Philanthropy, nationwide individual giving through the Great Recession to post-pandemic. And so that kind of shows nationwide trends in development for the commissioners to look at nationwide trends in relation to what we've been able to fundraise. The other thing that I really want to take the opportunity to say is that our volunteer individual library boards really do need assistance in raising the funds that they need to raise in order to meet our 12% match for the state public library subsidy. And I think that they would probably tell you that as well. And they're looking for new ideas, and they're looking for support, and they're looking for better ways to communicate, with all the other appeals that all of us get, what's going to make the library appeal stand out more, what's going to make them open that email as opposed to, another email. So,
yeah. Thank you. And
okay.
If I may, I have my own request. Can I throw this in?
Well, can we,
yeah, however you want to.
I think go ahead. You've got the floor, because I don't want to have a lot of back and forth, and but every commissioner really just get one chance. So,
yeah,
go
thank
ahead.
you. This is different than the topics that we've already covered.
I'm going to want to ask one question. Can you get a little closer to your microphone?
Yes.
I can't hear you.
That's another way of saying it.
Okay. Yes, I will. I would like to throw out to my colleagues that we take a second look at the hourly rate for the pages. Currently, the pages make $13.43 an hour, and that's for pages that work all year. The majority of the pages are adults, And that, you know, it doesn't matter if you've been working as a page for a year or 10 years, you're making $13.43. And knowing that the majority of our folks are adults that are working full-time, this isn't a summer job for the vast majority of the pages, I think that's low. It may be high compared to what pages make at Narberth Library or another place, but these are working adults that are you know, drawing down a wage of $13.43, and I think that we need to, we can and should do better than that. So I'd like to propose that we take a look at raising that wage to $15. It's not a magic number. It's not like anybody's going to get rich off of $15 an hour, but I think that it's, you know, it's a good start. If we were to leave this up to, you know, an annual increase of X percentage, 3% or something like that, would take us years to get to $15. So I'd like to propose that we take another look at that. Secondly, I've gotten I've gotten a number of requests to myself regarding the part-time library assistants not having any paid sick leave. I know that, so I'll leave with my proposal and then I'll back up. I'd like to see if we can take a look at offering some limited amount of PTO to the library assistants, and I'll leave that up to the staff to flesh out in greater detail. We do pay our library assistants really well. We pay like twice what most other libraries pay, and I know that part of the deal in making that increase was that people wouldn't get PTO anymore, right? So I know that this is a deal that precedes me, but now that people are actually living without any PTO, they're finding that it's really hard. You know, if you get if you're sick a day, or if your day to work happens to fall on a holiday, you don't get paid, and it's setting our library assistants back. The majority of whom do not receive benefits, right, because they're part-time folks. So that's a concern, and I'd just like to see if we can do better by them. So there you have it.
Okay. Other commissioners with questions or comments? Commissioner Churchill.
Thank you very much. The discussion on is this person would be focused on information or development. I've usually found that if you spend part-time on one program and part-time on another, you're going to be disappointed in both programs. That said, I disagree a little bit with Commissioner Zeloff. I would think of a full-time employee focusing on grants. It's not competing with the libraries, but really coordinating their activity so that we could probably get better funds. How that would balance with a information component, I don't know, but I'm certainly willing to discuss, a full-time employee, just knowing the parameters of the role, how of development versus information. So, thank you.
Other commissioners with questions or comments? Okay. Lynn, would you like to respond to what Commissioner Sean Kramer said about pages? Because I have a different understanding. I understand that a number of pages are not adults, but they are students, and that we don't have trouble hiring them. And I also think that it's not really the role of the commissioners to set pay. I think that other than for the manager and the secretary, we don't do that. So.
I have a graph that I've gotten from HR that shows that 39% of our existing pages are 14 to 17 years old. 43% of them are 18 to 25 years old. 7% are 26 to 44 years old, and 11% are 45 to 75% years old. So it does skew over 18, but in the young adult range. I have a couple of graphs that we can share with the commissioners after.
Or at a future
Or now.
meeting. Or at a, we put it in our packet.
Okay.
Okay.
Just a point of what's next? Because I'll have to go back and review the video for all the various opinions. What shall I do next?
Yes, the what shall you do is the big question.
On the Kenwood Library part-time position, I didn't hear anyone speak against that. So am I correct to assume that should go into the proposed budget?
Let me just say, is there any objection to adding a part-time person for the Bala Kenwood Library? Seeing none, that one's good to go. I think the other proposal has some support, some object, and some have different views and questions. So there's not a clear path forward other than if you are willing to incorporate what you've heard tonight and conferring with Ernie and others, consider what you've proposed and perhaps take a look at it.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
So that would come back at a future finance committee if there is further discussion in September and October? Is that?
I think so.
Okay.
Well, if I could, Ernie, do you want to add anything to that?
I think unless the board's going to give definitive direction tonight, yeah, it's got to come back to the finance committee in October.
Okay. President Sinai?
Yeah, so speaking as someone who fully supported this, I get to say, I think hearing my colleagues, one of the points of information among the other ones that seems, one of the things you said in your memo is that this is the position that's typically integrated between communications and development. I think if you have more support for that, that might be informative.
I can say a little bit. Upper Dublin Library has a similar role, slightly different, and
I think if it's coming back to another meeting, we can wait for them.
Okay,
Yeah, so
that's fine.
You're not on the spot now.
I know Donna wants to get to her piece. So.
Yes, because Donna and Paul have to get their presentations done in 2 minutes. So, thank you very much, Lynn.
Just a
for
question for
your
the board.
presentation and for answering all the questions and considering and maybe watching the tape of what you have said. It will be helpful as well. Our longtime director of Parks and Recreation, Donna Heller, who is taking a staycation this week, so we're grateful for your presence with us.
Commissioners, just as we transition, a quick question. We anticipated that the issue that we've had the last 2 budgets around the $15 minimum pay would come up. We prepared a schedule on that. Since it's between parks and libraries, would you like us just to distribute that to you, just so you have that?
You can distribute that, yes.
Chris will give that to you, and then if it raises any questions.
I think in our packets, for Friday is fine. We're not planning to discuss it tonight because our president had it did not make anywhere near when we went through the priorities, it wasn't something that this board wanted to pursue. So, Donna, the floor is yours.
Thanks, Commissioner. The P&R total proposed budget for 2024 is $5,253,876. This is a 5.6% increase versus the 23 adopted budget and an 8.4% increase versus the 23 estimated actual. The notable goals for 24 as well as some that advance the board's priorities, is to begin the construction phase of the Ardmore Avenue Community Center and the Center for Positive Aging in Lower Merion in 24. Continue the removal of invasive plants with staff and contracted services. Continue the park tree evaluation, maintenance, and planting program within the park system. And continue to work with the sustainability manager for sustainable best management practices. Some significant changes that have occurred in 23 was our chemical and chlorine costs really escalated in '23. We anticipate that trend to continue in '24, so we had budgeted for higher expenses in those categories. We have also budgeted an additional $2 an hour increase for our seasonal part-time staff for '24, which brings the starting rate to $15 or above for all of our positions, except for our 4 entry-level positions within our part-time seasonal staff. We also budgeted an average increase for our year-round part-time staff to enhance recruitment at an average of $7.50. We're continuing our sustainability initiatives by transitioning our purchase of additional handheld equipment, which include chainsaws, pole saws, hedge trimmers. We're also setting up battery banks and creating a inverter charger for one of our trailers to see how that works in the general operation of our battery operated equipment, so the batteries can charge while the crew's on the move, and then replace the battery as necessary to continue on with the work for the day. We also have a 48-inch EV stand-on mower with a removable battery, which will allow for the versatility and limit the downtime for any charging, since we'll already have a battery in reserve. It'll provide us an opportunity to continue to advance our hands-on knowledge of this emerging technology while working out the operational capabilities of the items. The final item we are seeking board direction on is an upgrade to our one of our Park Maintainer 1 positions to a Park Maintainer 2. The upgraded position will provide additional flexibility when planning work assignments while keeping an eye on the future development of the division to meet the evolving expectations of the services we provide. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Donna. Donna, some of the things you've gone over very quickly, are they going to be helpful outside of the Parks Department for the community-wide transition to EV landscaping equipment that we have not yet had much public discussion on, but it's included in the sustainability plan and is presumably something that we'll be thinking about and talking about?
I believe it'll give us firsthand knowledge of the operation of the equipment, its lifespan, its durability. We find the battery-operated hedge trimmers better than the gas-powered hedge trimmers, and we're transitioning, we're not throwing away our gas-powered, but as they, age out, we are bringing in the electric.
Okay.
We find that the battery-powered chainsaws work great for the day-to-day. Every truck has one. When there's a big storm, they do not. So it's evolving, it's getting there. It's just in certain pieces of equipment, it's not there for every day, all applications. But it's definitely moving in the right direction.
So what you're learning, it sounds like, can be helpful as we address, landscaping, a transition plan at some point to battery-powered landscaping equipment in our communities outside of our Parks Department.
I believe so. I think we're very similar to a landscaping operation.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Other commissioners with questions or comments for Donna? Commissioner Gilda-Kramer.
What is the pay scale for the part-time employees in the proposed budget? And I would like to see what the analysis would be.
I think that's what was coming around that
It hasn't made it here.
had put together. So our lowest, I believe, is 13, with a $2 an hour increase would be $13.50. That's the 4 entry level, no, there's a couple entry level positions, one's at $14.50. Those are the ones that are under the 15, everybody else would be at 15 or over. That's the starting rate. Most of our employees are returning, so they are actually above that either starting rate or even the 13.50. They might be at 13.75, 13 or $14.
So it would only cost another $81,619 to pay a living wage to our employees, or what probably was a living wage before the inflation of the last year or two.
Other commissioners with questions or comments?
My comment with this is that I would like to see.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Kramer, I thought you were finished.
No,
Okay.
I was not finished. I would like to see us increase the pay scale so that the minimum for both the library and for the Parks and Rec, the minimum is $15 an hour.
Okay. Other commissioners with questions or comments on Donna's presentation? Commissioner Grimes?
Yeah, Donna, I just want to confirm something that you and I have discussed by email. I had expressed some, without going into details, a lot of some concern about that we've had challenges hiring park wardens in the past and have been unable to hire a full contingent. And I believe your proposal was that you're proposing increasing the hourly wage for the park wardens for next year. I think to $20 an hour. Is that part of this budget that you're proposing now?
Yes, it is. That would fall into the category of the year-round part-time positions.
Okay.
It's an average of $7.50 per hour on an increase. That includes our park stewards, our minibus driver, and the Bala gym attendant, and it's for enhanced recruitment so that we're able to fill those positions.
And obviously, you have confidence that with that raise, we'll be able to attract the people that we need to attract?
I'm extremely hopeful.
Yeah.
I would think so, yes.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Okay. Others with questions or comments? Okay. Thank you very much, Donna.
Thank you.
Thanks, Don.
Paul, we figured you can get through all of your sub-departments in about 30 seconds.
No problem.
Just give them 7 minutes.
But if you can't, why, you only have fleet, refuse, highway, and all other divisions.
So it's only 7, don't worry about it.
Welcome to our Public Works Director, Paul McElhaney.
Good evening. So there's a set order on the schedule here, but I want to take it a little bit out of order just to put things in focus. So overall, Public Works, all divisions, our overall budget request for proposed budget for 2024 is $34,183,387. Over our 2024 versus our 2023, it's a 2.9% increase. Over our actual, it's a 7.3% increase. As Eric has indicated earlier this evening, the majority of our increase has been in the salary and benefits through the contract agreements and so forth. We've seen some other increases that have affected the department also, and that is on our rental equipment. The increased cost of equipment is being reflected in all of our departments, and a little bit later, Eric, we're going to have a discussion about that, because that is affecting our budgets along with everybody else's budgets, but we're seeing it first because we're the ones purchasing the equipment and so forth. So we'll touch on the equipment fund a little later. We're seeing also an increase in our materials and our operating costs. Our materials are still up. They're still very expensive. We've seen some, I don't want to say normalization, but we've seen some stabilization of some of the costs and so forth. Another area that we're seeing that is kind of impacting us is the commodities market in several ways. One you saw last year and this year was with our paving prices. Our paving is an oil-based product. Our commodities market driven, that's gone up. But also later this month you will have a report for the forecast for the refuse and recycling, and that has been greatly influenced by the commodities market because our price, as you know, we sell our paper. Our market price for paper has gone through the floor. Our recycling price, at one point this year, we were getting paid a few dollars, which was unheard of. And now that is skyrocketed, and we're paying astronomical numbers to dispose of our recycling product.
We're paying, we're not receiving.
We always paid for our recycling, except for about 3 months in the history that I've been here. But historically, we've never gotten paid. We had about 3 months of getting paid, which took us all by surprise. Then the market completely flipped back to through the roof, $130 a ton to get rid of and dispose. So those numbers are affecting our refuse department. And when we do our forecasting later this month, when Eric brings forward the forecast for the funding for the fees for refuse, he'll have a much more elaborate report to discuss that. I'm just giving you that kind of warm-up, guess what's coming, just to make it a little easier for Eric. But that said, let me touch on some of our goals. You know, we are continuing to work with the Township Sustainability Manager and the EAC Board to work with and institute approved initiatives from the Township Sustainability Plan. Work with the parking services to aid in the implementation of the municipal parking lot maintenance program. Jerry was very astute when he moved from Public Works over to parking services and asked, you know, about CIP, and, you know, one of the problems I had with Mr. Pintandi was, like, you have to work on your assets. Jerry's taken that to heart, and he's put together a nice program, and we work hand in hand to help him prioritize and get that up and running. So kudos to him, but we'll continue to help with that. Work with the police department to help implement traffic calming measures. That's been the ongoing hot topic, as Commissioner Sinai knows. Preserve and improve our tree canopy in Lower Merion through ongoing maintenance and increased tree planting. Continue to explore and implement new sustainability technologies. And again, continue to research our alternative fuels and incorporating them into our fleets and into our equipment as we do continually. With 7 departments, we have numerous more goals. I kind of scared Brandon in saying that I was going to read every one of the goals that we had, but I'm not going to do that. So with that said, let me move to some of the more specific departments that we need to touch on tonight. And the first one would be our fleet and maintenance department. One of the things I want to bring forward on that is our EV trials have gone reasonably well. We've had a few issues with the chargers themselves and the installation, but we've worked through them. We've got 3 Nissan Leafs in the system now that are being used by parking services and by building and planning. They're part of our test program. The one vehicle that was mentioned by the police department that we purchased for them, that we're not disclosing what it is. And also the test lightning truck and so forth that I have. So we're incorporating more. I tried to speak with both General Motors and Ford last week about their technologies and their advancements in EV, but neither of them were available at the conference that I attended, which, as I told some of the senior staff, I found kind of curious that they weren't there, because it's usually a good resource. They talk directly to the manufacturers, even more so than the dealers that we deal with here. The other topic that influenced one of the other ones about fleet is our funding levels. And this I touched on a little bit earlier, that the equipment funding, we're starting to see increases in the cost. We've been seeing them, the increases in the equipment, and currently funding for certain divisions or departments is at 50% and so forth. So Eric and I had broached this subject a little while back with the board, and there's been some discussion, but Eric's prepared some additional information on this topic because we're really starting to see the impact of these costs.
So I'm just going to kind of reiterate what I said to the board at the July financial forecast, which you recall there were 3 slides on the equipment fund. I do have copies at least of the financial projections if people want to have something in paper in front of you. President Sinai has brought up the idea of what should we do with the equipment fund. There's been other commissioners who have asked questions about funding level percentages. I did go through with our fleet manager, yesterday and today, and I can at least give you some roundabout numbers in terms of what it would cost to the general fund, because that's the fund that we're talking about, if you were to increase that fund percentage in 2024. It's currently in the numbers that you have in your packets at that 50% level. If you were to move it to 60%, it would be an additional $226,000. If you remove it to 65%, it would be an additional just over $339,000. Move it to 75%, it would be $564,000 nearly, and if you were to go all the way up to 100%, it'd be approximately $1.1 million. We're in a totally different environment with fleet, and we have been since the pandemic started. What we don't know, what Paul doesn't know, what I don't know, and what changes every 6 weeks, 8 weeks, 4 months, if you'd ask us, is how long is this environment going to last? We don't know. Those projections that I gave you, while we looked at those and talked to the fleet about them and tried to vet them, they're not projections that I have the highest degree of confidence in, because this environment is changing so quickly. We could have a whole bunch of equipment come in, and then our cash goes out the door quicker. We have situations where I was just talking to the fleet manager today where, we might have an agreement and they say it's 3 years for something, but they have in the clause of the contract that they can then hit you with a price increase if, after X number of times. So there are so many unknowns, it's difficult to know what the right thing to do is. We did, I think, the right thing last year when we put $2 million into that fund to stabilize it, and I think it's done that. The question really before the board is what to do. Obviously, doing nothing is always an option, and watching and waiting. The other option would be to look at those various percentages and say, you know what, we want to start to do something. Whether that's in 24 or 25 or 26, I don't know. That's really a policy decision for the board. The environment is going to, whether or not it changes, but at least from what our fleet manager told me today, Paul, you can tell me if you disagree, he said, I don't see this changing at least for a while. I wouldn't, say that we need to make a massive move. We don't need to put $2 million more into the fund by the end of this year, but the board may want to consider some sort of a change to the equipment replacement fund, or obviously can consider kind of a surveillance method and keeping it the same and watching it next year and seeing what the environment is and moving based on that. So, do you have anything to add on that, Paul?
No, I just echo what Erica said, and we can't give you any idea as to when we think we're going to see some kind of change. And, we will get messages that, Dodge opened their orders for this year, and you have exactly 1 week to place the order, and then you place the order and they cancel it. So it's a moving target for us.
So do we want to pause and try to answer any questions based on the extremely unstable environment we have on the equipment fund?
Yeah, Eric, what I'd like to do is have Paul make his case for the new position.
I can do that.
Is that something we need to get through tonight?
Yeah, so in your packet, you received the issue briefing where I've requested the creation of another Mechanic 1 position within the Fleet Department. Currently, we have one Mechanic 1. We've been trying to recruit for a Mechanic 2 for 7 months now, and we've had 2 applications. Prior to that, we did another recruitment program for a Mechanic 2 about 2 years ago, and it took us near a year to fill that position. What we're finding is the applications for the Maintainer 2 position, most of them are more of a maintainer, a Mechanic 1. They don't have the experience with the large trucks. They don't have the licenses for the large trucks to inspect the large trucks, those type of things. So with that, our hope is that we can take, and most of the Mechanic 2s that you do speak to, most of them are established at different municipalities or with different companies, and they're not looking to make a change until they've fully pensioned out or something of that nature. So even if you were to hire them, you have a limited window to use them, and most of those individuals aren't interested. So our goal and our hope is to hire a Mechanic 1, and instead of just that individual working on the police vehicles, the smaller vehicles, train that individual and help them get their licensing and all their training to become a Mechanic 2, so that when a position opens, they're ready to step into that role. So we would mentor that individual and help them grow. Currently, our fleet department has one individual who will be retiring in January, who's a Mechanic 2. We have another Mechanic 2 that is eligible to go shortly thereafter. Our Mechanic 1 is eligible within a couple years. So we have a fleet department that's very knowledgeable, but the majority are aging out. So our goal is to kind of bring in some new blood, put together some succession planning, and that's what we would like to do. That's why we've requested the Mechanic 1.
Okay, so why don't we then focus on this fleet request, because then you also have to cover refuse, highway, and the other public works division. So we'll discuss the fleet, and I think we'll just discuss the fleet only for the moment. So, and you've written a justification for us that we've all had an opportunity to look at. And I was talking to President Sinai for a moment, so I didn't hear all of your presentation, Paul. Did you refer to if we add a Mechanic 2, there would be savings for some of the work that currently goes outside because we either don't have the skills or the capacity?
Well, if we hire another Mechanic 1, it will cut down on some of the out services that we do. It will greatly cut down on that. My focus really wasn't even on that. It was to try to, so that we could just have people able to work in succession planning. But yes, we will have benefit of not having to send out as much equipment for repairs. There will be a benefit to that.
If we approve this position and you're able to hire for this position, are you able to quantify what the savings would be in less outside work?
We estimated when the fleet supervisor and I looked at it, we estimated we could save up to probably 40% of outsourcing if we were to move forward with this role.
40%
of outsourcing, in other words, sending it out to dealers and so forth. Plus, the other benefit of the Mechanic 1 is that, our current Mechanic 1 works on mostly the police vehicles. And that would encompass all the building and planning, because everything's pretty much standardized, the same. With the incorporation of the new Nissan Leafs and the Bolts and everything, we're going to have individuals that are trained on those newer technologies also. So that would be the hope, would also broaden our skill sets.
But you're saying 40% of what number? Do you know the amount that we incur for outside work?
It varies. It varies because we may get a head replacement job that could be $12,000 to $20,000. But we can't utilize a staff member to take all that time to work on that project. So we'll send that out. Or we may get a transmission job, which can be up to $18,000. And rather than pull one of the mechanics off of it, we could have this individual learning their larger truck detail on such a thing. So that varies from year to year, on what we see as our outsourcing. And sometimes it's, like right now, we're outsourcing because we're down a mechanic.
I'm sorry?
We're outsourcing because we're down a mechanic right now.
Okay, I understand.
And it's been 7 months since that occurred.
So, but what you're asking for is an increase in staffing, so it'd be increasing our in-house capability. So there'd be less that would go outside.
Correct.
And then there also, something that's been talked about for some time is as we continue to take title to fire apparatus, that we would, in conjunction with the fire companies, begin to do some maintenance in-house of fire vehicles. Now, that's been discussed. It certainly hasn't been determined that we're going to move forward in that direction. But there's a lot of logic to doing that, especially if we have capacity and capability. So would this additional mechanic 2 position enable us to do some, not all, some maintenance on fire vehicles?
Would the individual be able to be trained? Yes. The question is, would we have capacity? We really need to look at that, because what exactly, we haven't defined what our maintenance would be on those pieces of equipment.
Understood.
Because you have pump certification, ladder certification. There's a lot of technical that's associated with those. So once we defined what that would be, then Pete and I would sit down and work through what that means to the shop and the need in the shop. Taking that on, we may or may not need an additional employee. We would look at that once we were presented with that would be more of what the board's thinking was, that we might be doing that. We would dig deeper into it to understand the impacts.
That's of great interest to me as you seek approval to add a position in fleet maintenance.
Yeah.
That you're looking at our capability and capacity for doing some repair work on fire apparatus.
Well, we've spoken about it,
Yeah.
but we haven't dug into what kind of equipment we would need and what that cost impact would be. We haven't dug that deep yet.
Okay. All right, so before we go to everybody else who would like to ask about this position that Paul has asked for, I'm going to segue very briefly to what Eric spoke about with regard to the equipment fund. So it's 10:15, so President Tsai and I spoke, and we don't think we should proceed with a discussion of the equipment fund this evening, but we'll plan to do so at the Finance Committee meeting either next week or the week after. You've heard from Eric. Eric also is going to provide everybody with the equipment fund forecast that he provided to everybody and reported on a month ago at the end of July when he did his financial update. He also gave us some numbers tonight. He'll provide those numbers so we have them in front of us so that we can have a more informed discussion at an upcoming Finance Committee meeting. Okay, so that's where we are in the equipment fund. So other commissioners, questions or comments for Paul about fleet maintenance and specifically adding a new position? Vice President Gabbard.
Thank you. So Paul, if I understand correctly, you said we have a hard time hiring a mechanic 2, right? And we have one mechanic 2 who's retiring and another one who's probably retiring soon?
Possibly.
Possibly, potentially.
And we have an open position right now.
Yes.
So
we have an open mechanic 2. We have one we know is retiring.
And another
then we have
May.
another one that's very soon eligible.
So if
That leaves me with one.
Right, and we're not confident that we're going to be able to replace any of those 3, correct? So if we bring in a mechanic 1, how long would it take to train them to become a mechanic 2?
It'll depend on their level of experience that they have. One of the big differences is they need like a level 8 inspection license. They need a CDLA license. There's certain things that they need. But we find that the individuals that are coming in, they're used to doing, your sedan, my pickup, that type of stuff. They haven't worked on the bigger trucks, which is a whole different animal. When, you see a mechanic put tires on your car, he picks it up. You're not picking up one of those tires, for a trash truck. So there's training that's involved. The other thing that we kind of run into is we own everything from internationals to Macs so we need individuals that, a lot of times you'll have someone who's trained on Mac or trained on, we need someone who's open to understanding all the different nuances of each. So it depends on their level of experience, their aptitude, and how long we think it'll take. But it would, our thought is if we get the right people in, could it be, 6 months, could it be a year? It'll depend on that individual, but we would look for the best qualified individuals.
So would this be a new position, or would this be kind of filling in for those mechanic
It's
two
a new
positions?
position. Right now, we would have savings because we're not, but it would be a new position, but it's kind of our thought process on if we continue to see that we can't get mechanic twos, how do we mentor our own? How do we develop our own? How do we bring that person?
Are we not paying mechanic twos enough? Are they just not out there? Do they not want to work for our director of public works?
They don't want to work with our director of public works. I heard he's terrible. But put that aside, no. It's a lot of the mechanic twos are established places. I have a very good friend. He would be a mechanic too. He'd be phenomenal here. But he's been with SEPTA. He doesn't want to leave SEPTA. And he's the diesel experience with all the diesel. And, he would, but if he were to leave SEPTA and all, he's my age. He doesn't have 20 years left in, that field. And that's what we're finding. Or you're finding the individuals that are specialists and they can tell you what's wrong with an international and they're making, more money because they're that individual. So it's a tough market to begin with, and then with our diversity, it makes it harder.
So is our plan going to be to, instead of trying to, if we can't find mechanic twos, to fill those roles with mechanic ones with the idea of training them up?
We can't fill the two with a one because they don't have the they can't do.
No, but I'm saying is we'll just have more mechanic ones and fewer mechanic, like what do we do?
Well, that's why we're hoping that we can fill the mechanic two. We have another one that he's going to be here for a good bit. We have our gentleman who moved into a crew leader. We're hoping that we can fill the mechanic two, we can establish a new mechanic one, and we can mentor that individual. And then move him in, so if we have that next retirement, so we're putting them in place.
No, I guess my question is that the plan for the future? Like, keep bringing in every 6 months a new mechanic one, train them up to a mechanic two?
Well, not every 6 months, but if we could, that's why we want to establish this position. But that mechanic one can also be trained on other new technologies and all that. But at this time, we have to do a little succession planning. And while we have a skilled workforce available to us, let this individual work with them, apprentice under them, let them learn under them, pass on that that institutional knowledge to that individual, and then if we have that next retirement, hopefully they're ready to become that mechanic too. They meet the qualifications, we can move them in. And then, then fill another mechanic one's position, that mechanic one position with someone that we'd be mentoring.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Commissioner O'Neill?
Oh, thank you. Thank you for the dialogue. And as I see this, I sort of compartmentalize this not so much as a public works problem, but a workforce pipeline problem that's probably not just within your department. And for the sake of time, and I'm wondering could we maybe put the workforce development conversation that we're having aside and just get through the rest of the 3 departments within Public Works, knowing that what you're describing so beautifully, and it's compelling, we have to do something, it's not working. What are the approaches there? But I don't think the workforce conversation is one we should be having this late at night. So if there's a way to put that aside and maybe talk about it next week when we have more time, that would be great.
Well, let's let everybody have an opportunity to comment. Commissioner Gilda Kramer?
I don't mean to sound like a broken record, but we have an excellent public works director. And if this is his recommendation on the best way to deal with this problem, we should just take it and put it in the budget right now. And for the sake of time, I have nothing else to say.
Thank you.
Commissioner McComb?
Yeah, Public Works is obviously laboring under exceptionally difficult circumstances. They can't get the equipment, they can't buy the parts. Hiring mechanic one and it gives them flexibility. This is what they need is flexibility. They can train the person to become mechanic too. So I think it's a fairly easy decision, and we should support the request and move on to the next issues.
Other commissioners? President Sina?
Just briefly, I think it's, beyond deferring, I think it's extremely well done to recognize that the best way to get the people that's going to fit in the mechanic too is to grow them in-house and train them in what you need them to do. I think, and I especially appreciate your attention to succession planning when you have that much internal knowledge. Anyway, thank you.
Others? Okay. Don't believe there's any objection to adding the mechanic one position to the budget as requested.
Thank you.
Okay.
Just to jump on, so next one that I had highlighted was the refuse department. I just wanted to say thank you. Last year, you guys approved the additional 3 crew members that made up an entire crew. It was very beneficial to us this year because that gave us steady employees. We struggled for the majority of the year to get part-time employees again. When we sat down at our budget workshop internally with Eric this year, our highway department had exhausted its budget for staff going to refuse. We had sent over that many highway department members over to refuse already this year that we had no monies left for leaf season. So even that with the 3-man crew. So thank you, that helped. Just like to report out that HR has been working very diligently to help us fill our part-time positions. And we are hopeful that we will be fully staffed with our part-timers shortly. Once we get through the background checks and all that, hopefully they stay. The other good thing with that is we've had some part-timers that have now moved into full-time positions within highway and other divisions, so we've been doing really, really well with that. As I noted earlier, you'll have the forecast for rates from Eric in the Finance Committee meeting. Little primer, like I said, the commodities market this year has really hurt us, and it's reflected in the possible fee increase that Eric's bringing forward. So refuse, other than that, we're doing well. Another area I wanted to bring up was the highway department. Paving is done with the exception of Montgomery Avenue from Bryn Mawr Avenue down through Narberth. We were supposed to do it this week. It's been postponed till next week, but with that, that's the only section of paving that still needs to be completed out of this year's paving program. So that's going well. The S Bridge, I'm a little bit behind. I was supposed to be done by Labor Day. The concrete moisture content was too high to paint. We're hoping to start painting it either Thursday or Friday of this week so that we can open it next week. That's the goal, is to get it open next week. We have it paved, we have it line striped, but we have to get the bridge itself painted. And the moisture content in the concrete itself has to be at a certain level. We're almost there with the heat and humidity, the heat that we're having, it's helping us. So hopefully Thursday or Friday this week, we start painting the bridge, and then it will be open. That's the S Bridge, so.
Yes, that's very good news. We look forward to your announcement that the bridge is open.
But I've missed by about a week, 2 weeks, but we've had the rain and the storms has affected the pouring of the concrete and the moisture content, but we are diligently working to get it open.
It's all right, Montgomery County's missed by about a year, so you're missing by a week or two is okay.
I am not going to comment.
No, I will.
So I will behave. The other shade tree, we've increased the number of trees to well over 200 being planted yearly. That's going well. The RFP for the tree canopy will be released shortly by fall. We waited to see if we got grant money and then had to go through finishing up the language. We didn't receive the grant, so it'll be going out for bid, hopefully within the next couple weeks. I've been a little behind in getting that out with being shorthanded, but we'll get there. It'll be next couple weeks. But shade tree, we are finally up to full complement after several years of being down a staff member. Facilities maintenance, we've done really well in that we're getting a lot done, but we finally have full complement there. We had one of our long-term employees move to Ireland, just up and decided he was leaving, so that left us with a big void and took us a little bit of time to find the right individual for that. Sanitary sewer, we're doing well with that. Our staffing levels were down this year. We had several retirements. We had several people, we had 2 people leave and go to Plymouth as a team. So we're still short a few individuals there, but we've been working our way through it, and hopefully we'll be full complement a little bit later this year. Electric shop, we are still down 1 individual. We filled our, this is sort of like fleet, we filled our maintainer 1 position. We've worked with that individual for well over a year. That individual has the qualifications now to fill the open 2 position, so they've moved into the 2. Our hope is that we'll be able to fill the 1 a little bit easier. We'll see. The last time it took us about 8 months to do that. So that's where we are there. And then administratively, as you know, we continue to search for an assistant, and this would be the proper time for the vice president to chime in that it's because they don't want to work with the director. But he missed that cue, so I dodged that bullet.
It's late, he's slowing down.
Is that what it is? So, anyway, as you can see, overall, our budget is 2.9 over our 2023 adopted budget at this time. So that's where we
Okay,
leveled out at.
thank you, Paul, for the run-through and all those other divisions. Paul, we a year or 2 ago converted all of our streetlights to LED. I presume that project is complete, and do you have any comments on Public Works experience with those streetlights?
The project is complete. There's some, just finishing out some paperwork with them. The experience, it was overall, it wasn't bad. There were some hiccups like you would have with anything of a project of that nature. I think it went well. We've had some failures with the lights, like you would. You figure you're gonna have a failure rate. We've experienced that, but we've been, we received attic stock. We haven't had issues with warranties and getting the products when they're needed under warranty. So I think overall the project went well. It was, a long experience, but it was a good experience.
And aren't we measuring the savings that was part of the program?
That is what they need.
If we don't reach the savings, then the contractor has to
pay us. Yes.
Pay us, yes. Thank you.
They have to verify, measure and verify. They're working on that process. They'll be monitoring, and then they'll be showing us their numbers versus what we had and what was projected and so forth. Their start for their verification was a little further out than they would have liked, but my staff and myself and all, we wanted to make sure that all our warranties were in place, that everything was complete. Punch list was done before we signed off, just for the protection of our taxpayers. Sure. So their measurement and verification started a little later than they would have liked, but it's underway.
When do you expect to be informing us or reporting back to us when that audit, I guess is the term, is completed, so that we are aware of the success of the project?
Well,
And
I'm not-
maybe
I'm-
maybe that question's for a manager.
Well,
who's the
I'm
right
not
one to
sure,
answer?
we'll have to check that, but from just our bills, our electrical bills, we can already see a difference in our streetlight bill and stuff like that. You can physically see it with just our billables. You know, do I have it quantified? No, but you can see it just in what we put in our batches, for the bills, so.
I just looked up, Paul, it's the entire electric division, but it's about $100,000 less than what we paid 5 years ago. 2018 versus 2022, so full year results. So that's going to include some other things, that's streetlights and traffic lights and different things, but you can tell that there's been a decrease in the electric.
The question you're asking about the report, you'll see that report sometime late next year because we delayed the acceptance paperwork until we were fully satisfied that every I was dotted and T was crossed. Then their measurement period doesn't start until we signed off on that paperwork. So you'll see the report in about a year.
I was a little bit belligerent.
Okay. All right, thank you. Other commissioners with questions or comments for Public Works? Commissioner Gilda Kramer.
I just have one quick question. Are we still making money on paper recycling?
We are. We still make money on our paper, but at one point we were well over $100 and some a ton. Right now, I think we're at $39.50. We went down all the way down to 39. Now we're back up to 50 a ton.
Have we looked into, since this is a moneymaker, even though it's not as great a moneymaker as it was, have we looked into expanding the paper recycling to the apartment buildings in the township?
We usually, what we do is we have the Huff Associates, we get a credit for that from
The recycling performance grants that are done by DEP. So even if there is commercial recycling that is done, and things for a lot of the large apartment buildings is our staff can't pick up dumpsters. So they might have dumpsters of paper commingled. They can't actually take care of those. But the Huff Associates is a consultant that goes through, and they will work with any sort of commercial district. Correct me if I'm wrong, Paul.
Yeah.
They collect all the recycling data, and then they submit a grant. You might recall earlier this year, we did a joint grant with Upper Marion Township because it actually got us a little bit more grant dollars and them as well. So we do basically, in kind of a circuitous way, recover some of that money, but it's not through directly us collecting and then us giving the paper to our vendor who we have a contract with.
President Sinai.
Thanks, Commissioner Zella. And just very briefly, it's something here that caught my eye. So one of the things under refuse that's listed as a goal is evaluating options to develop a strategy for e-waste, which gets me excited that we might have that. Can you share like the kinds of things that you might be thinking of?
We've talked about recycling batteries and all. We've run into some concerns in that, years ago we collected computers, data breaches, people's computers and data. So we're looking right now. We've looked at several things. What can we take in, and what would the negatives be? Where would we have to put protections in place? Like I said, laptops, computers, someone's personal data getting out, and our responsibility in that role. So I'm always what's the pitfall guy, what's the security and liability guy first. So we're still looking at those type of things. But batteries for like your cordless drills and those type of things, is it beneficial for us to take them, or keep directing people to like Home Depot and those type of things? What would it mean? What would we have to do, especially with like lithium batteries? Do we have to provide, fire resistant, holder, so we're touching. We haven't.
So we still have the twice a year.
We're still going to,
maybe it will expand, maybe not.
I would strongly suggest that we keep that.
Yeah.
that is always looked at almost as favorably as the free dump days.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Other commissioners with questions or comments for our Public Works Director? I did intend to say that, to just make sure I understand correctly, so we're paying almost double to dispose of commingled recycling versus what we pay to dispose of trash.
No.
You said 130
We pay
for commingled.
89?
We pay $90 a ton for trash. The commingled recently went up over 100, so it's not even close to double. But it is more for commingled right now than it is for trash.
Okay, not that long ago, we were paying Covanta 65 or 70, so now they're...
I think you're looking about 10 years ago.
No, it's not that long ago. Anyway, what are we paying them now?
We're paying them over $90 a ton.
90, we're paying out 130 for commingled recycling.
Yes, and some other,
So we're paying 50% more for
but some
commingled recycling.
agencies in this metropolitan area several years ago saw that, decided they would dispose of the recyclables by disposing of them as regular trash.
Right.
And they got themselves in a load of trouble. They also caused us a lot of issues because everybody questioned if we were doing that, but they put themselves in a very bad position. We're required to recycle, we recycle, and we do so diligently.
We will continue to recycle.
Correct.
Just pointing out, just asking to clarify that
Yes, we pay-
the magnitude of the difference.
Yes, we pay.
Yeah.
Covanta's prices have not been below 65 since 2015.
Okay, so,
And we experienced
it's 50%.
we had a pretty big increase in 2022. We had almost 15 or 18% increase.
When it was rebid, we only had one bid, if you recall, and it was significantly higher.
and what was that, what was the bid then?
Let me find the contract. Do you have any other questions while I look?
You can tell me later, Eric. Okay. So much for our goal of 9 o'clock, or our agenda of 9:45. So that concludes the coming hearing from all of our department heads. They're not here to hear our thanks, but they heard it in the course of the presentations. We're very appreciative of their work, both in speaking tonight and leading up to tonight. So, Ernie, you'll convey that from the board, that we're very appreciative.
I will.
So I think we've given feedback as best we could, Eric and Ernie. We've identified some things that we'll be dealing with or addressing and discussing further in the coming weeks in the budget cycle. And thanks to everybody for getting back into the swing of things here in early September. President Sinai, I turn the workshop back to you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Zelov. Indeed, we have restarted with a bang. And we're not even done. We're going to continue the conversation in a week or two.
Yes.
Thank you, everyone, for your great attention to detail and your hard effort tonight. Thank you very much to staff and all the hard work that's been done in preparation for this behind the scenes in the township. Again, it bears repeating what Manager McNeely said at the beginning. We are extremely fortunate to be in terrific financial shape.
Yes.
And we are discussing, like, really the great, it's too late, I don't have the words. We're fortunate to be in this position, and it's a delight to be talking about the good things that we can be doing in the financial state that we are. Thank you, everyone, have a good night.
President Sinai, if I could, Saturday is Bryn Mawr Day, and Monday, the Bryn Mawr Fire Company will be remembering 9/11. And so put both of those items on your calendar.